Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Please, shall we all rise for the national anthem?
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is with pleasure that I welcome all of you to day 2 of this summit. Yesterday was wonderful. Beyond the plenary sessions and the goodwill messages that we had, it was indeed an amazingly successful day. And one thing stood out for me: the new standards of accountability are transforming investment decisions. But let me quickly welcome our special guest this morning. I'd like to welcome the Honorable Minister of State Industry in the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, distinguished Senator John Owen Enow. Also here with us, let me welcome Princess Zara Mustafa Audu, DG Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council, PEBEC. So I welcome all of you. Let me welcome our Chief Host and also the DG. I welcome all of you this morning. Because we are running an Olympics now in terms of time management, let me quickly welcome Mr. Vivian Ikem, who has been given the marching order to do the recap of yesterday in 5 minutes.
The Honorable Minister, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we spent 8 hours here yesterday, and I'm to compress 8 hours into 5 minutes. I'll try to do my best. First, let me just find who was not in the room yesterday. Can you just show by? Okay, few of you. Okay. Well, I can only say you missed a lot. While I will do my best to recap the key takeouts, I certainly cannot recreate all the humor and the lively exchanges from the panelists, especially the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, who even showed us his payslip, or the Vice President, a representative, who, if I remember now, he jokingly insisted he deserved 3 awards, 1 for him, 1 for the Vice President, and 1 for the President. And it almost felt like Peter at the Transfiguration, requesting to build a tent for Jesus, 1 for Moses, and 1 for Elijah. So that was how interesting yesterday was for those of us that were here, and what you all missed for those of you that were not. But beyond the humor, let's take a look at what transpired yesterday, quickly. The 5th Nigeria Employers Summit with the theme, Leveraging Reforms and ESG for Enterprise Competitiveness and Inclusive National Growth, was declared open by the Vice President, His Excellency, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, represented by Dr. Aliyu Modibo, 3-time Minister and current Senior Special Advisor to the President on Special Duties, Office of the Vice President. Yesterday featured goodwill messages from the Nigerian Police Force, PENCOM, the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, and the NHIS. And across these messages, the common theme was strong commendation for NECA's consistency in sustaining and expanding the summit as a vital platform for public-private sector engagement, with each edition building on the success of the previous. There was also a pledge by all to support NECA in this venture. Then the DG of NECA announced that after 5 uninterrupted years, the Employers Summit will evolve into a global platform for shaping conversations across the organized private sector in Africa from next year. I thought you would clap for that. So we had 2 engaging plenary sessions. The first was on reforms in focus, the milestone, the challenges, and the prospects. It examined the impact of ongoing economic and policy reforms. It highlighted progress made since 2023, the implementation challenges, and the opportunities to sustain reforms that can strengthen enterprise competitiveness, drive inclusive growth, and support national development. Key reforms discussed included the fuel subsidy removal, foreign exchange liberalization, fiscal and tax reforms, and the ease of doing business initiatives, among others. Although these measures have created what the finance minister described as reformed-induced volatility, participants yesterday broadly agreed that more must be done to translate the reforms into tangible benefits for businesses and citizens, while also recognizing the significant progress that has already been made. In the second plenary on Nigeria's industrial policy, implications for industrial development, trade, and investment promotion, and I think this was the session that the Honorable Minister of State will have given us a keynote speak, which he unavoidably missed. But I'll try to let him have a feel of what was discussed in this very critical session. So the session examined how the recently launched Nigeria industrial policy can drive industrial development, improve trade competitiveness, attract investment, and support sustainable economic growth. Discussions focused on accelerating implementation to strengthen the real sector, while also identifying key bottlenecks that must be addressed for the policy to deliver its intended outcomes. Participants agreed that the industrial sector cannot thrive in isolation and must be closely aligned with other economic policies and initiatives designed to support national growth. The session identified key actions to strengthen implementation, competitiveness, and the business environment. 1, strengthen implementation and accountability. Under this, the sessions call for regular review and monitoring of policy implementation to ensure intended outcomes. It also called for improved capital budget execution to accelerate infrastructure and economic growth. The session also called for boost of industrial competitiveness. Under this, it recommended the promotion of local value addition, innovation, technology adoption, and skills development. The improvement of the business climate to strengthen local manufacturing and attract investment and grow exports. There was also a recommendation to encourage states to adopt the ongoing tax reforms for a more harmonized, business-friendly tax regime. And there was a call to make major power sector investments to improve electricity supply, provide targeted support for businesses affected by economic, geopolitical, and external shocks. Overall takeaways. Yesterday's discussions reflected strong stakeholder support for Nigeria's ongoing reform agenda, while also highlighting the need to address persistent structural constraints that continue to affect businesses and the wider economy. Participants emphasized 4 priorities for turning reforms into tangible outcomes. 1, policy consistency and continuity. effective implementation and accountability, stronger public-private collaboration, and a more enabling business environment. Together, these priorities are critical to driving sustainable enterprise growth, attracting increased investment, and advancing inclusive national development. By the end of day one, and I conclude, I was almost tempted to move a motion for the summit to close, given the depth and quality of what had already been covered. But a look at the program reminded me that there is still much more to be done today. So I invite you all to sit back, stay engaged, and enjoy day 2 of the NECA Employers Summit 5.0. Thank you very much. Exactly 5 minutes.
So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate Mr. Vivian Ikem, and thank you for letting them know that we are still on today. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to appreciate the Honorable Minister of State for Industry, because his time is stretched to the limit. So we appreciate your presence here. Thank you very much. So I'd like to welcome him to give his goodwill message. This man here was the 36th Honorable Minister of Sports in Nigeria. He has covered every area, farmer, teacher, senator, and he's here with us today, always looking trim. And I want to learn how to look trim like him. Please welcome here Senator John Onwa-Edon, Honorable Minister of State for Industry in the Ministry of Industry, Trade, and Investment.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. The president of NECA, that is represented by Mr. Richard Aibiu, the DG and the CEO of NECA, Mr. Dewale Smart Oyorinde, chief executives and MDs of the organized private sector, DGs of MDAs, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I was listening to Mr. Ikem give some recap of what transpired yesterday. And I'm lucky that he didn't move that motion. He said he was going to move for the summit to end yesterday. Because if it did, I won't be here. And for me, I wasn't going to miss this for any reason. I just wasn't going to miss appearing here for any reason. You know, I walked into, the Abuja Continental Hotel this morning, and I met a huge ecosystem that NECA has gathered. And, if you are me, whose job is about advancing Nigeria's industrial growth and what comes with it in terms of how much jobs can be provided, in terms of how much prosperity that we can achieve as a country, then you will never miss any opportunity to make an appearance at a NECA event. Because after all, government alone would not be able to deliver all of this. It's going to require the private sector. And I've listened to, I was just asking, where I said, I was just asking when I went through the program, there was, of course, some yawning gap over the keynote I was supposed to have delivered yesterday, but I also looked at the list of discussants, and I found very able people who I think, in spite of the keynote, did justice to the subject, and which is why the review of yesterday's event was quite apt. And I think that I've also listened to the recommendations when we designed and crafted the Nigerian industrial policy, which of course you would have been told that it's actually the first industrial policy in decades. You know, we were not just concerned with the excellence of the policy document, we were more concerned with how that policy was going to be implemented. Because no matter how brilliant the document turns out, unless it is implemented, it comes to nothing. I mean, a few weeks ago, the former Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Olusegun Aganga, shared, some document with me that talked about how many years back Nigeria, Morocco were the leaders of industrial growth in the continent, and how in 2025 the FDB had said Morocco had, even gone beyond South Africa, had overtaken South Africa, and how very badly Nigeria was performing industrially. And the main reason is that what Morocco did, Nigeria couldn't do or just paid lip service. I mean, our hope is that with a new industrial policy and a commitment of the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to its full implementation, that we'll be able to turn this over. So it gives me great pleasure, therefore, to be able to be here this morning on the last day of this event. I mean, of course, the theme of yesterday, Nigeria's industrial policy, implications for industrial development, for trade and for investment, couldn't have come, couldn't have been better. I mean, again, you were told why I couldn't be here. I mean, because of how much I considered it, I toyed with the idea of either my chief advisor, Professor Anoka, or my SA technical, strategy, to do that delivery. But I found out it was important to these organizers that I'm here in person. So the successful implementation of the NIP would depend not only on government, like I mentioned, but on the commitment, on the investment, and the leadership of employers, of manufacturers, of investors, and the organized private sector, that I find, before me. I mean, and the truth on and on is that government doesn't create prosperity alone. I mean, business does. Employers create jobs. Manufacturers expand production. Investors take risks. Entrepreneurs identify opportunities where others see challenges. What government does is to create an environment where enterprise would grow, where investments can grow with confidence, and industries can compete successfully both at home and abroad. I mean, what I recognize is that Nigerian businesses continue to operate, of course, under a very challenging environment. I mean, it's, and those challenges and the reasons they are myriad. I mean, from issues around infrastructure, access to finance, energy costs, logistics, foreign exchange volatility, regulatory uncertainty. All of this continue to affect productivity. All of this continue to affect competitiveness. So, and these are not abstract policy issues. I mean, they are the real constraints faced daily by employers that you represent. And I think that it's precisely because of the realities of this situation that the Nigerian industrial policy was launched, in February of this year. And I think that policy remains government's long-term commitment to creating a competitive industrial economy, one that encourages local production, supports value addition, strengthens supply chains, attracts investment, and creates quality jobs for Nigerians. If you look at our circumstances, and I oftentimes give this example. Sometime last year, the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu did a 6-month temporary ban on shea nut export. Why was that significant? More than 40% of the global shea nut production is held by Nigeria. Yet in terms of value addition, we don't control up to 1%. That's how sad it is. And you can go on and on mentioning the different products and commodities, that not just Nigeria, the sub-region and Africa, are. So it's, more importantly, we are determined that this policy will be judged not by the quality, like I said at the beginning, but by government's responsibility and government's attitude to its implementation. When we launched the policy, I was taken to task to make a commitment in terms of implementation. And there and then on that stage, I made a commitment that every 90 days, we're going to deliver or provide an implementation report. We said so. I'm glad that after the first 90 days, sometime last week or 2 weeks ago, we brought out an implementation report. Tall order, but I also find out that commitment and our commitment to delivering it, puts us on the spot and makes us more and more, alive to having to get this policy implemented. And I think that, part of the things that we provided as having occurred in the last 90 days was the fact that, namely you have the African Development Bank, 380 million MSME, intervention, industrial cluster program, $380 million, that captures about 70-something industrial clusters across the country. And for me, and we've worked significantly to advance this, and it provides major opportunity to strengthen industrial clusters and improve productivity for Nigerian enterprises. Working with partners, made great progress in a proposed 350 billion, again, MSME Development Fund, MSMEs, and I'm sure majority of us, if not everyone, will understand why the focus is on them in terms of job provision, in terms of how much control of the economy that they have. Recognizing, for example, that industrial competitiveness depends on skilled people. We've worked alongside the ITF, the Nigerian Automotive Design and Development Council, to train over 650 Nigerians in mechatronics and artisanal skills, helping prepare our workforce for modern manufacturing. As we push for industrial growth, of course, the talents and the skills set will be very critical, to strengthen the competitiveness of Nigerian businesses under the African Continental Trade Area. 131 companies represent, that have within them more than 200 and something products or commodities have already been awarded the African quality marks, improving access in terms of the sub-regional and the regional market. We have also intensified collaboration with the Bureau of Public Procurement to promote greater patronage of Nigerian-made goods under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's Nigeria First policy, working with the BPP in terms of procurement, in terms of textile, CTG, in terms of, auto, the auto sector as well. In a program sometime last week in Arise, I had gone to that program, again, wearing a suit, and I was taken to task that how does this reflect and represent, made in Nigeria? And I said, we make a mistake. Imagine that everything about suit is foreign. That in terms of the Nigerian First policy, right, as long as you're wearing a suit that is sewn in Nigeria, you got tailors, you got a lot of people. And that until we're able to become self-sufficient in terms of our textiles, and we're working hard to achieve that. Some months back, I visited a cotton farm, somewhere in Ogun State. And we're continuing with that. Sometime at the middle of last year, I did a multi-city, tour of moribund textile facilities in Kaduna, in Lagos, and all of that. So by the time we achieve what the goals are, in terms of textile production and all of that, then, you can begin to be more concentrated inwards. So, and I made reference, I told those who were in that program, I said after that program, if they walked with me to where I was going to take my official car, I drive a Nigerian assembled, car, assembled by Meccano. So we're working hard to make sure that this, continues to happen. The success of this journey, of course, is going to continue to depend on partnership. Government, like I've repeatedly said, will provide direction, but the private sector will provide the momentum that we need. I mean, government can develop policy, like we've developed the NIP. Businesses will have the responsibility to transform this policy into factories, into exports, into innovation, and into jobs. Which is why organizations like NECA, continue to remain invaluable and to remain indispensable. I mean, the feedback that we get from NECA strengthens our policies. Your investments strengthen our economy. Your confidence sends powerful signals to both local and to international investors that Nigeria remains a country of opportunity. And that's why I'm glad, to hear that there was the commitment of continuing support for government's reform agenda. Tough decisions, tough situation, but who said that you can get anything achieved, any less? And I think I always mention this example, that a few years ago, maybe about 2, in the United Kingdom, I mean, the Labour Party almost wiped out the Conservatives. But about 2 years after, what has happened? The man that won that mandate has resigned. So the circumstances that we face are not just akin to Nigeria alone, but the decisions that we take, government's reform agenda and reform approach, are the things that we need to do, and we need to remain consistent in them. So as we implement the Nigerian industrial policy, we'll continue to engage with the organized private sector, because, I mean, industrialization is a shared matter. It's a national project. We want businesses to invest with confidence, expand production with certainty, and compete with ambition. I mean, I therefore encourage everyone that is gathered here to see this moment as an opportunity to build stronger partnerships between government and industry. Let's continue to work together to remove barriers to growth, unlock new investment opportunities. The foundations are being laid by the present administration. The early signs are encouraging. And what are those early signs? The fact that, I mean, there's some stability of some sort. If you measure it in terms of exchange rate, yes, still high. But it's stability, it's business people can plan, in terms of what needs, to be done, in terms of significant business decisions. So on behalf of the ministry, for that Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, I mean, I congratulate NECA, for the idea of this and for staying the course, I mean, for being consistent. I mean, there is one thing to have a dream. It's a completely different thing to sustain that dream. What NECA is doing is sustaining that dream. It's elevating it, to a point in which the whole country continues to look up to this event. So I congratulate you. I mean, and today is the last day. I mean, I'm encouraged by the kind of productivity in terms of the discussions that you've had. And of course, we don't expect anything any less. So thank you, and God bless everyone.
Yes, please, DG and the treasurer, please step forward here to present his plaque and take photograph with him.
Sir, we are so grateful to have you here, sir. We listened to your schedule, and it was quite obvious that it was a lot of sacrifice for you to have been here this morning. We really appreciate it, and we believe that given your speech this morning, there's a lot that will be done in continuation of our partnership with all our stakeholders. On behalf of the President of NECA and the Governing Council, we want to really appreciate you by presenting you this plaque. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Council members, please, can we join the Honorable Minister? This photograph must be memorable. Council members, please. After this, the final picture will be the ESG advisory members, and then we can allow the Honorable Minister to leave us. ESG advisory members. ESG advisory members. Okay. And planning committee. Photographers, are you okay? All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. I just want to find out if the managing director of eTransact, Mr. Okay, you're in the room. All right. So without much ado, let me invite you for a goodwill message as a step forward now. Please welcome to the podium Mr. Tulua Lokwe Olani.
Hello, good morning. My name is Abubakar Achimungu. I'm actually standing in for Ni Tulua Lokwe. I'm a director at eTransact. So I seek to align with all the already established protocols. So good morning. The panel discussions of yesterday, I'm sure most of us were here yesterday, were actually quite very inclusive on the issues that has more have to do with the reforms of government, the policies of government. We've had very high-level organized people from the private sector and also key drivers of our economy. I mean, the Honorable Minister of Finance was here yesterday to give us a more insightful reach on the various government programs, what they are doing, and what they will need us to do. The forum also provided us with an opportunity as the organized private sector to ask questions, probe the policies, probe the reforms, and also proffer solutions on how we think we can move this country forward. So it was very insightful, and I must commend the organizers of this summit, in NECA, the council members, for putting together a veritable platform where you can clearly express how we feel about the things that are happening around the country, the reforms of government, policies of government, and the critical buy-in areas where you require support of the organized employee. So kudos to all of the summit members here. So according to the MDS rebasing exercise of 2025, the country's nominal GDP stood almost about 290 billion in 2024, but now about 377 billion in nominal terms for 2026. So the projected growth rate by IMS of about 4.1%. But then there's a very tall order. The government is saying we must now become a 1 trillion economy before year 2020. That is only possible with the critical buy-in of everybody that is in this room. You are more like the GDP of this country. So your input, your understanding of the policies of government, of the forms of government, galvanizing all the enabling lines of production is what is key in driving this. So the topic today, the theme, leveraging reforms and ECG for enterprise competitiveness and inclusive national growth, is so timely. If you look around the world today, where we are in respect of how we should grow, actually driven by the enterprise infrastructures of this country. And I would say in Nigeria today, that DPI, the digital public infrastructure, the digital foundation that enables modern economics, are gradually evolving and taking very critical and center space in the evolution of where we should go in respect of our national development. DPI is built on 3 critical pillars: your digital identity, the payments, and also on data exchange. I will say very clearly with the establishment, with the driving more like policies of the Nigerian Identity Management Agency, NIMSI, on digitalizing identity numbers and bank verifications as well, are gradually now creating that database that are key in ensuring that we have that infrastructure base for the enterprise solutions we are looking for in aligning with the vision of achieving $1 trillion economy by 2030. While government provides policy rails, it is the private sector that builds, operates, and scales this infrastructure. Every digital creates a trusted record. Every trusted record strengthens accountability. So at eTransact, the company I represent, the only payments switching platform in the country that is quoted, there is a PLC that has been there for over 20 years. We have been very critical in supporting the private and public sectors, formal and informal sectors, with digital solutions that have been successfully been deployed across both the public and private sectors area, from the e-invoicing that is supporting the tax collections of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, to the pensions gateway, which we're actually now doing to drive for inclusiveness of Nigerians that are not only within the employed or organized private employment areas, but also the informal sectors into the pension space, where over 60, 65 years of age, they are still able to fend for themselves even outside of service. We have electronic verification management systems and building central billing systems to offer and profile bigger solutions for digital transformations. So this is where the private sector's contributions becomes even more concrete. Based on ECG and competitiveness, are not delivered by regulations alone, they are delivered by how business choose to operate. I'm happy here that in this room, you have more like the strength of the economy of this country. Here you have your collective responsibilities, your efforts, driving what we call today as the GDP of this country. So digital information plays a very significant role in advancing these priorities. It strengthens governance by making transactions transparent, traceable, and accountable. And we know in our various roles as executives, we have procedures in place that are digitalized in ensuring that there's transparency and there's efficient management of resources for proper accountability and guaranteeing increased productivity. So loyal leads lead to higher productivity. Higher productivity attracts investment, and investment, of course, creates jobs. So jobs drive inclusive growth. So I must commend the organizers of this committee that $1 trillion economy is very possible. But $1 trillion economy is only possible with the enablers that will ensure that we have adequate security in place, that will ensure that the literacy level is better, that will ensure that we have equal access to opportunities, and also that will guarantee that the enterprise infrastructure is bespoke, world standard, driven by Nigerians and for Nigerians and for Nigeria. So I want to use this opportunity to appreciate the organizers of this summit for putting together very big men of timber and silver, people from the organized private sector, and also key drivers of the economy from, on the side of government, and other participants from the multilateral agencies in ensuring that we have now a veritable platform where every desires, every thinking of the organized private sector can be projected. So I commend you all. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Very quickly, let me recognize a few people that are here representing the Managing Director, CEO of the Nigerian Export Promotion Council. It's Mr. Arnold Jackson, Director of State Offices Coordinating Department. I welcome you. Also here is the Statistician General of the Federation and CEO, Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, presented by Ayo Anthony, Director of Prices and Trade Statistics. Dr. Omo Asenukai is representing the DG NIS, Right Honorable Philip Shuaibu, that is National Institute of Sports. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to lead us in launching the ESG implementation guide for MSMEs in Nigeria, let me welcome the chairman of the NECA ESG Advisory Board, Mr. Femi Jayeola.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to stand on existing protocol. And to start with, I would like to echo what the Honorable Minister said, that there was no motion to close the summit yesterday, because I think we have a milestone event that we have ahead of us today. Personally, I'm excited to be here again, and kudos to NECA and the organizing committee. I think the summit just gets better and better every year, so well done. Secondly, I think we have a milestone event today. I'm sure we all acknowledge the fact that SMEs play a significant role in Nigeria's economy today. They constitute a larger proportion of what drives our economy on a day-to-day basis. And I'm also sure that we acknowledge the importance of ESG in the global environment we play today. ESG globally and in Nigeria as well has gone beyond the tick-box exercise to meet regulatory requirements. It provides a lot of opportunities for SMEs and for us as a country. On that note, it is my honor and a privilege to formally launch the NECA ESG Implementation Guide for MSMEs in Nigeria. This guide comes at a critical time and an inflection point for us as a country and for MSMEs in particular. It is no longer an optional activity. It is fast becoming a core requirement for doing business, driven by regulators, financial institutions, and global markets. For MSMEs, the message is very, very clear. By 2030, ESG reporting will become mandatory in Nigeria. Therefore, the time to prepare is now. This guide has been developed as a practical, step-by-step roadmap to help SMEs start and grow their ESG journey simply, progressively, and in a way that delivers real business value. Beyond compliance and meeting regulatory requirements, ESG provides tremendous opportunities for MSMEs. It provides a platform to access finance, strengthen competitiveness, enhance reputation, build long-term resilience and value. I would like to acknowledge the International Labour Organization for its strong partnership and support in making this guide a reality, as well as the consultants and members of the NECA ESG Advisory Board, whose expertise and commitment were instrumental in achieving this milestone. For me and for my colleagues on the NECA Advisory Board, this guide is more than a document. It is a tool that will help Nigerian MSMEs compete, grow, and thrive in a sustainability-driven economy. As we approach 2030, let us remember, ESG is no longer optional. It is essential for the future of business in Nigeria and globally. It is therefore my pleasure to officially launch the NECA ESG Implementation Guide for MSMEs in Nigeria. Thank you so much. I will invite the DG to join me and members of the advisory board present.
Okay. Thanks, Chairman. I think it's also important what the Chairman says. Also important to create the foundation for this. Many of us probably have not heard of ESG. If you're a core in the business environment, and if your business is also a multinational, or play in the global space, then you understand the importance of ESG to business operations now. And for SMEs, it's also become fundamental if you want to scale in whatever context. So ESG has become key. And the role that NECA is playing, or the role we've decided to play, is to take the lead in the conversation of ESG. Because it's also a direct way for you to expand your business, to get investors, to play responsibly within the context of business operation. So what we did last year, permit me also to call Ms. Chinyere Aduna, please join us. She's representing the director of ILO Regional Office. So what we did in 2025 was, with the support of the ILO basically, was to do a state of play report in Nigeria. Let's assess what is the state of Nigeria's play in ESG. It was a survey, deep survey that was done with support of the ILO, and that report was launched on the 5th or the 4th of December 2025. And finishing that, we realized the core of the economy, the SMEs and MSMEs, they also need to be incorporated within the context of that framework. So what we are launching today, I can say with all modesty that you probably won't find this in Africa. This is the first implementation guide for SMEs, to guide SMEs into the realm of ESG, and now they can use it, maximize it for their play. So it's the first we are doing in Nigeria, the first in Africa with the support of the ILO, and hopefully the SME community across Nigeria will benefit from it. We have colleagues, about 6 of our colleagues are currently going through a training organized by the International Training Center of the ILO in Turin. They're currently going through that training on ESG for SMEs. Hopefully, once they finish, they'll be able to deploy this training for MSME and SME in Nigeria across the 6 geographical zones of Nigeria. It's just important that we give that premise. So leveraging on what the chairman says, permit me to call on the president, here representative of NECA, Mr. Aibu, please join us up. The representative of SMEDAN, we can't do this without bringing SMEDAN in. If we have any representative for SMEDAN, please let's get them to join us upstairs. Representative of Federal Ministry of Environment, please join us upstairs. Representative of National Environment Standards Regulation Enforcement Agency, NESRA, please join us if you are here. The DG SEC, we're still expecting him, but we have anybody from the Securities and Exchange Commission, please join us. Anybody from the Central Bank of Nigeria, I think the governor was invited, please join us up here. Representative of the Bank of Industry, please kindly join us here also. National Council on Climate Change, please join us. Financial Reporting Council, please join us. Dr. Olowo was here with us yesterday. Please join us. Nigeria Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, please join us. Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment, Federal Ministry of Power, Energy Commission of Nigeria, Nigeria Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, National Bureau of Statistics, my brother, I think he sent a representative, Federal Ministry of Women Affairs, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation, Federal Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, Standard Organization of Nigeria, a representative of the Ministry of Women Affairs, and the ESG Advisory Board, NECA's ESG Advisory Board. Please join us even as I call on the President and the, can you assist with this, please? The ushers. Yeah, so just move this front about 5 inches. Don't unveil, no, I didn't say unveil. Move this front 5 inches to the front, yes, to the front. Yeah, all right, then we can pull this, we take this to the side. So respectfully, I would just request we go down. Then the President, the Chairman of the ESG Advisory Board, then we unveil the book, then we do a Photoshop of the book. And if you also know you are a critical, as in critical stakeholder, or your organization is a critical stakeholder in the ESG ecosystem, and we didn't call you, respectfully, please also join us in the unveiling. Probably, okay, the President, the Chairman, I think we can just unveil.
Congratulations.
So, peradventure, you want a, we might not be able to give everybody copies, but you can be free to scan the QR code and download as many, and also help us to share as often. You can pick as many as you want. So you can use the QR code and scan the QR code, and you pick, download as many copies as you want. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Well, the DG has made the announcement. If you cannot have access to the physical copy, scan the QR code. So while we are collecting the the document, let me quickly welcome here, representing the Honorable Minister of Housing, Architect Choma Wogo Obonna, Director and Lead Asset Maintenance of the Ministry, is here representing the Honorable Minister. Also here, representing the MD/CEO of the Federal Mortgage Bank, Mrs. Timan Elayo. You're welcome. And let me also welcome Mrs. Musa Aliu Musa, Director of Economic Services, Federal Ministry of Women Affairs and Social Development, representing the Honorable Minister for Women Affairs, Hajia Iman Suleiman Ibrahim. Thank you. Thank you very much. And so, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we will commence the plenary session. I'll first of all invite the moderator, and then the speaker, and then I will call on other members of the panel. I'd like to welcome the moderator for this session. The person is the Director of Corporate Affairs and Sustainability of NBC. I know. I welcome you, Dr. Soromi Dayo George. Our speaker is Dr. Rabi Olowo, Executive Secretary, Financial Reporting Council. He's represented here by Dr. Razak Abubakar. These are members of the panel. Dr. Jumoke Olaniyan, Group Chief Strategy Officer, NGX Group. Ms. Doyin Pias, Lagos Climate Network. Ms. Kemi Adisa, General Manager, Sustainability and Shared Value Corporate Services and Sustainability, MTM Nigeria PLC. Eniola Akinshete, Chief Sustainability Officer, Bank of Industry. And Mr. Dakbo Otunla, Senior Vice President and Chief Corporate Services Officer, IAH Nigeria. Dr. Razak Abubakar will kick off with his paper, and then the moderator will take over from there.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everyone. Standing on the existing protocol, permit me to represent Dr. Rabi Olowo, the Chief Executive Officer of Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria, who was here yesterday during the plenary session, but is inevitably absent today due to an emergency. And he has asked me this morning to join this session. My name is Dr. Abubakar Razak. I'm the head of Sustainability Reporting Regulations in the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria. Yesterday we were here, part of the program, and we are so excited with the happenings here and orchestrated by NECA, which resonates favorably with the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria mandate. And he has asked me to make presentation of this speech on the mandatory sustainability reporting, a catalyst for competitiveness access to finance and sustainable growth in Nigeria. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the President, Chairman of the Council, distinguished member of the Governing Council, captains of industry, representative of government, development partners, members of the diplomatic committee, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by expressing sincere appreciation to the leadership of NECA for the invitation to participate in this important summit and for creating this kind of platform that consistently brings together business leaders, policymakers, and regulators to discuss issues critical to future enterprise and national development. The theme of this year's summit, leveraging reform and ESG for enterprise competitiveness and inclusive growth, is both timely and highly relevant. At a time when Nigeria is implementing significant economic reform and businesses and navigating a rapidly changing operating environment, conversation about competitiveness, resilience, investment, and sustainable growth have been more important. A few years ago, businesses were assessed primarily on their financial performance. Today, this is totally different. Investors, lenders, customers, and even employees want a more complete picture. They want to know not only how much profit a company has made, but how sustainable the business is in terms of the major criteria of environment, social, and governance. They want to know how organizations manage risk, respond to emerging challenges, and govern their operation in order to create enterprise value. In many respects, trust has become one of the most valuable assets any organization can actually possess. And trust today is increasingly built on transparency. That is where sustainability reporting becomes very important. At its core, sustainability reporting is about helping stakeholders understand how environmental, social governance, and climate-related issues have affected an organization's strategy, also its performance and prospects. Let us be clear, sustainability reporting is not just about producing another report. It is not about compliance for compliance sake. It's about providing information that helps investors, lenders, and other stakeholders make better decisions. It's about helping organizations understand their own risks and opportunities more effectively. And in many respects, better reporting often leads to better management and better investment decisions. The reality is the global capital is increasingly flowing towards organizations that can demonstrate resilience, transparency, and responsible business practices. Investors want confidence, lenders want confidence, and markets also require confidence. And sustainability reporting is becoming increasingly the tool for that confidence in business. Indeed, sustainability reporting is increasingly becoming a common language assessed by the global markets. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the connection between sustainability reporting and competitiveness is direct. Consider a Nigerian manufacturer seeking to export products into international markets. Increasingly, customers want assurance regarding governance practices and environmental impact and supply chain sustainability. Consider a Nigerian business seeking strategic partners with multinationals across the globe. Transparency is becoming a competitive edge. It has become a business enabler. The future, therefore, belongs to an organization that's able to demonstrate not only profitability, but show resilience and accountability and long-term value expressed through sustainability reporting. That is why sustainability reporting should be viewed as a strategic business tool rather than a compliance obligation. One may ask, why the urgency? Why should business pay attention to sustainability reporting? The answer is simple. The global reporting landscape is changing rapidly, and countries are introducing sustainability disclosure standards. Investors are demanding for more transparency and accountability. The global supply chains are becoming more selective in their business enterprise. Financial institutions are increasingly incorporating sustainability consideration into lending and investment decisions. The organizations that prepare early will have more time to build capacity, strengthen system, and position themselves competitively. That is why Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria is so excited with the guide that is launched today because of the different preparations that have been built to it. Ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria is taking a proactive and forward-looking approach to sustainability reporting. We recognize early that sustainability reporting is not a passing trend. That is why the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria developed a 4-phase roadmap for the adoption and implementation of International Sustainability Standard Board. The objective is simple: to ensure that Nigerian organizations remain global competitive while aligning with international best practice. The phase 1 of this implementation guide is called early adoption, where some organizations in Nigeria have taken the bull by the horn to declare the early intention. The likes of MTN Nigeria, Seplat Energy, Fidelity Bank, and Access Bank, demonstrating leadership in Nigeria and globally at the same time. Of course, we have phase 2 of the strategy and implementation guide, which is a voluntary stage, which is currently the phase that we are running, spanning from 2024 and 2027, where organizations voluntarily adopt the standard, building capacity, and gain implementation experience, learning their role before the mandatory stage. Of course, the mandatory stage is the 2028, when it becomes compulsory for the PIEs. And for SMEs, it's going to be 2030, just like the guide launched here today as a firm. Of course, the last phase that we have is for public sector, for government and government organizations, which is going to start from 2028. I'm pleased to report that the response from Nigerian businesses has been very, very encouraging. As we speak, over 50 organizations across various sectors of the economy are progressing towards the full adoption of IFRS Sustainability Standard. The organization cuts across banking, financial services, manufacturing, industrial goods, consumer goods, oil and gas, telecommunication, insurance, fintech, and even SME sectors. Some SMEs have approached FRC that they would like to do early adoption, even before it becomes mandatory in 2030. To support this transition, the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria have organized 47 training sessions, workshops, and technical sessions, reaching more than 4,500 participants across over 215 organizations. We have developed guidance material and created technical engagement platform, facilitated stakeholder discussion, and continue to provide practical support for the reporting entity. What this demonstrates to us is that Nigerian organizations increasingly recognize that sustainability reporting is not simply about regulation. It's about readiness for the future. It's about building stronger and more resilient and more competitive organization. So what does the success look like in this regard? Success look like a Nigerian company attracting long-term investments because investors have confidence in its governance and transparency sustainability reports. Success look like a Nigerian manufacturing gaining access to international market because it can provide credible sustainability disclosure. For us, success look like a Nigerian bank strengthening stakeholder confidence because it can demonstrate resilience and effective risk management. Success for us look like Nigerian company becoming more attractive to the next generation of talents and can attract capitals all over in the world because of confidence they have in sustainability reporting. Sustainability is therefore not only attracting capital, is also attracting people. Success looks like stronger board, stronger management, and stronger institution. Access to finance, the new competitive advantage of sustainability. Access to finance remains one of the most significant challenges facing businesses, including SMEs. At the same time, sustainable finance continues to grow across global markets. Investors are increasingly directing capital towards organizations that can clearly explain how they create value in terms of environment, social, and governance. The implication is straightforward. Organizations that provide credible sustainability information are likely to enjoy greater confidence from investors and lenders. And in capital-constrained environments, that advantage can be very, very significant. Simply put, transparency builds trust. And that is why sustainability reporting is increasingly becoming a bridge between business and providers of capital. It enables organizations to communicate not only where they are today, but where they are heading to tomorrow. Investors are looking for evidence of strategic thinking, resilience, and long-term value creation. Now, a call to business leaders. Let's speak directly to our business leaders. Sustainability reporting should not be delegated entirely to a compliance team. Sustainability reporting and sustainable practices is everybody's business in the organization. It should be owned by leadership. It should feature in boardroom conversation. It should influence strategic thinking, and it should be integrated into how organizations think and risk and perform, not only for the medium time, but for a long time. This is fundamentally a leadership issue. The organization that will thrive tomorrow are those that begin preparing today. In this regard, I commend NECA for the important role it plays and continue to play in creating awareness, facilitating this type of dialogue, and supporting capacity development among employers and business leaders. The Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria remains fully committed to supporting organizations throughout this journey. We will continue to provide guidance, we will continue to provide capacity building, we will continue to engage stakeholders, and we will continue to work collaboratively to facilitate successful implementation. Our objective is not merely to enforce compliance. Our objective is to build a reporting ecosystem that enhances transparency, strengthens governance, and attracts investment and support sustainable economic growth. In conclusion, let me leave you with this one simple thought. History shows that organizations that anticipate change are usually better positioned than those that merely react to it. Sustainability reporting presents Nigeria with an opportunity to strengthen competitiveness, attract investment, and build more resilient institutions. We should seize that opportunity with confidence and determination. For Nigeria, this represents more than a reporting reform. It represents an opportunity to strengthen our investment environment, improve corporate transparency, deepen confidence in our institution, and position Nigeria businesses for greater participation in the global economy. The companies that will succeed in the future will not necessarily be the biggest company, just like as we have seen in the report that we are seeing. They will be the companies that are most trusted, and trust is clearly built on transparency. The question before us now is therefore not whether sustainability will shape the future of the business. The question is whether we position ourselves early enough to benefit from the opportunities it presents. And to take advantage of this guide launched by NECA today in the course of our preparation. If we get this right, Nigerian businesses will be better positioned to attract investment, access capital, and strengthen resilience and compete globally. If we get this right, we will strengthen our institution, deepen investors' confidence, and support national development. Of course, if we get this right, we will build a more competitive and more transparent and more sustainable Nigerian economy. That said, ladies and gentlemen, is what success look like with Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria. Thank you very much for your attention, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, can we have somebody help us with the... Thank you. With the podium.
Doctor, do you want to be part of the panel so I can...
Yes,
All
I'm
right.
in here. We already started.
Is it?
Yeah?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right, Mrs. Judge, just a few minutes. We have a plaque for Dr. Lowe. Let me invite the treasurer now to please step forward and present the plaque.
On behalf of the Governing Council of NECA, I want to thank you, sir, for representing Dr. Rabi Olowo for this particular session. We appreciate his presence yesterday, and we look forward to more collaborations with the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So, in regards to Dr. Lowe, as you go, let me hand over now to our moderator.
Thank you very much. Sorry, the light is blinding. Is there a way you can help us with the light? Thank you. Thank you so much. We appreciate. First of all, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. So I'm going to take a cue from what the speaker has said to first of all commend NECA for once again, I think last year we were here, we had a panel on ESG sustainability. And this year again, we have another panel on ESG sustainability. I must say that it's not commonplace with trade associations to place a lot of focus, on the subject matter of ESG. So I commend, or we commend NECA for, setting this up again. And then I want to also quickly correct an introduction. So I have with me here Titilope Oguntuga, who is the Director of Sustainability for IHS, and not Mr. Dapo. So we stand corrected in that respect. So without much ado, I think a lot has been said on the subject matter of ESG, and a few things comes to play. So Mr. Olowo's representative has spoken a lot about, the value add, the need for sustainability reporting and all that. But on this panel, we have a group of experts who would dig deeper into the subject matter. And I also want to say that here, I think it's also not commonplace that you have a panel of all-female panel. Please clap for NECA. So excited, really excited. This is unparalleled. So please enjoy the women on the panel and the intellectual capacity that you will see displayed here today. So thank you for that, for demonstrating the spirit of being inclusive, and that's part of ESG. So well done, NECA. And I also want to quickly acknowledge the two coordinators for this panel, Yemisi Oke and Lovely Nokoye. Thank you. I was sitting where you were sitting last year. So well done for putting this panel together. So without much ado, our objective here is to explore this evolving concept or requirement, sustainability reporting, and to really see how it can go beyond compliance. A lot of companies have been doing reporting for a long time, and I'm sure that most of them will probably tell you that it's probably a tick in the box. You know, maybe their global parents companies require them to do some form of reporting or the other, or maybe they're quoted on the international stock exchange somewhere, and so there's a need for them to do that. But we want to really see how can sustainability reporting enhance competitiveness, attract investment, improve access to finance, strengthen corporate reliance, and support sustainable economic growth. So, but I'm going to start with Titi Lokpe. Now, Titi Lokpe is a veteran in the sustainability space, active member of UNGC, sitting on the board at some point in time. You've worked with multinationals and you've been practicing this for a long time. So can you just, in simple terms, just tell us what sustainability reporting is all about?
Right, good morning. Thank you for setting the tone for this conversation. The sustainability space has evolved, but one of the things that has been most profound was prior to possibly the last decade, what organizations were required to report or share with their stakeholders was predominantly their financial performance, profit before tax, profit after tax, their EBIT or EBITDA, and quite a number of other things. But professionals, technocrats, and theory and practice leaders began to think the impacts of an organization or the outcomes cannot only be financial. It cannot only be how much money we made in revenue, how much goods we sold, what volume, how many cartons or cases of goods we sold in a year. There has to be more critical measures for how an organization or an institution is doing. And so the non-financial reporting standards, began to come up. Now, one of the things that, is critical for us to understand is that organizations began to focus not just on what they do, but how they do business. And so in terms of sustainability reporting, it is actually how organizations or institutions begin to share their disclosures, especially in three core pillars: economic or environment, and environmental, social, and governance. And what that means is we cannot only focus on our economic performance as an organization. Growth is not only financial. Resilience and quite a number of other things speak to the non-financial metrics that an organization should begin to measure. And so what are the impacts that we create as an organization, and how do these impacts translate into us building resilience, into us staying focused on our purpose as an organization, and looking at all the spheres or parameters of growth and development. And so organizations began to report, their positive and their negative impacts. One of the things with sustainability reporting is, even though it has become a global phenomenon, and it is rapidly also evolving very fast, it varies from sector to sector. So what the manufacturer is, reporting would be different from what an organization in telecoms is reporting, will be different from what an organization in financial services is reporting, for example. And what that means is, irrespective of the industry that you are playing in, there are things that you are doing as an organization that have an impact on people, on profit, and the planet. And what that also means is that as we evolve and as we all grow, as businesses, get more sophisticated, your stakeholders are not only keen on the growth that you get in terms of financial outcomes. How are you doing business? How are you, selling your goods and services? And that is where, ethics and governance comes in. What ways do you communicate with your clients? Are you transparent? Are you accountable? And so sustainability is pretty much a process for sharing these disclosures with various stakeholder groups that an organization has: the customers, the communities, the investing publics, the general public, the regulators, and quite a number of other stakeholders. So simply put, it is a process for which organizations share their disclosures in terms of their impacts, both positive and negative, and how they continue to measure those impacts, how they progress in minimizing or mitigating the risks, and what commitment they have, not just to the organization, but to the society and quite a number of other stakeholder groups. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So one of the things that I like in terms of what you've said is that when these disclosures come, it should be either positive or negative, right? Because a lot of companies I know would want to issue like some sort of like PR statement, greenwashing they call it, you understand, but not minding the fact that, the stakeholders really want you to disclose whether you're making progress or you haven't made progress at all, whether the impact is not so positive. So that's really at the very heart of sustainability reporting. Thank you so much. So I want to quickly go to Kemi. How are you? MTN is a favorite. I hope Airtel is not listening to me, or Glo, but MTN is a favorite, and I'll tell you why. So long time ago, MTN has been very popular for what they've done in the communities. MTN Foundation. I remember when I was growing up, I wanted to work in MTN because of MTN Foundation, right? So you're very heavy on sustainability. So can you just tell us, because the speakers this morning, Mr. Chair, and also Mr. Lowe's representative, have spoken about going beyond compliance. So what tangible business value has sustainability reporting delivered for MTN beyond compliance? Very curious to know.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for inviting me here. Thank you for the opportunity. I think for sustainability reporting is actually the output. It's the end of all the things that you do. So the report is just one, outcome of all that you do. Sustainability reporting is you telling the general public and investing public, these are the activities, and like my colleague said, the positive and the negative. But there's a discipline that you apply in sustainability, and I'll share, some of the positives that we have seen in terms of what it has helped us to do. One is a cost focus. Because we've identified what are those risks that we see as an organization, we're able to identify what are those things that we need to do to mitigate this risk that we've seen. And I'll share a very practical example, which is, how we power our services. In 2025, we're able to save 8 billion naira through our energy transition program. And that's by identifying that to be able to be a sustainable business, energy transition is something that we need to focus. Another area is an area of resilience, business resilience. And in this, we're looking at our operations and saying, what are those things that we need to do now to enable us to remain in business in the next however many years? So when we talk about our climate resilience program, we're talking about what are those areas that were exposed as a country to weather changes, to climate changes, to flooding, and what can we do as a business to mitigate those? Now, two things that does for us is, one, it helps us to prepare before these events happen. And two, is that we're able to recognize it. So when we talk about our capital expenditure, that is what is driving those decisions. So we're not just spending because, we think it's good to go here. We're spending because we've identified that these are risks that we'll be exposed to, And so it's a case of if you don't do anything, this is what you see that is going to happen. So yes, we do incur some impairment costs to say, oh, this happened, and so we had to write off this or write off that. But imagine if we didn't have any thinking, identifying those areas of risk, how much more the losses would have been. That's what sustainability does for us. And the last thing I would share is the quality of the decision making. Because now you are deliberate, you're looking at all the various aspects of your business from a risk and an opportunity perspective. So while you're looking at climate risks, to say, oh, there's flooding here, there's a potential for heat here, and you have XYZ number of equipment that you need to keep cool, okay? What is that cost to your business? And you plan for it, present it to the board, present it to your financiers to say, we need money to put in this area because we see this risk coming in. Then you also look at the opportunities to say, because we see opportunities in this area, we're going to go in this regard. So that decision-making process becomes even more enhanced than, just if you didn't have that sustainability mindset. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. It just shows how integrated, this sustainability is really, and then reporting is at the end of the whole journey. End of the whole journey. So, Jumoke, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Competitiveness. It's a favorite of mine. I was on an investor call a couple of years ago, actually. And surprisingly, I wasn't in the roll call for, answering any questions for the investors. But an investor then asked the question on sustainability, right? Obviously, very keen to understand, as a multinational that has a company operating in Nigeria and quoted on the stock exchange, how we were, you understand, what our sustainability agenda was. So quickly, so the capital market is evolving globally, and how important has sustainability disclosure become in shaping investor confidence and investor decisions?
Thank you very much, and it's just perfect that my question is coming after the practitioners, have answered those questions. Good morning again, everyone. I think the answer is very clear and very obvious, that it is not just important, it's critical. Because if you listen to what my two co-panelists had just mentioned, sustainability is no longer just a buzzword. It's no longer just for corporate communications. It's strategy. And if you understand anything with regards to capital markets, raising capital, investors, your strategy is number one on how they decide whether to invest in you or to, come to the table with you. I like to talk in statistics and numbers and figures, so permit me to just share a few statistics that would help situate this conversation. Last year, a global survey into trade business partners across borders was conducted of about 4,000 to about 5,000 business organizations. And one question was asked of them: what is the critical factor for you in deciding who to partner with or who to invest with, or in your business decisions generally? And 81% of the 5,000 said ESG. And so the follow-on question went, why ESG? And the question was because ESG is no longer just about the three words separately, individually, but if you look and delve into those three words determine whether a business will survive long-term or not, which is exactly what co-panelists have just said. So for investors and even businesses trying to raise capital in the capital market, ESG more or less is top three of what your investors are going to be looking at, because it determines how they assess you. It determines how they visualize the story you're telling them of where their capital is going to be deployed and how you're going to return that capital to them in the long term. So it's not just a buzzword, like I said, it's strategy. And if we look at figures again, you will see that increasingly it is becoming something we cannot ignore. In 2024, about $1.6 trillion was raised for ESG directed investments. Globally, about $32 trillion has assets under management for ESG. Those are not figures to ignore anymore. Those are not sound bites in figures anymore. It's saying very clearly that the capital market is understanding ESG as a main domain for how investment goes. Now, to relate it to businesses and why they must take it very important, not just because it's strategy, and we all know a business without strategy is going nowhere, but because it also informs how investors raise, putting capital into you is going to price how they invest in you. Capital market is information, and that's what drives it. The more information I have about you, the more credible information I have about you, the less I price risk on you and how much I ask of you when I want to invest funds in you. So to be competitive in the capital market, to raise funds, the more information you're disclosing, beyond just the financials now, more importantly, the sustainability of your business, the more it is that the capital market is going to price you favorably when you come to raise capital. Now, the last point I'm going to say is ESG disclosure is not a compliance anymore for the capital market. It actually is your access. It's like your ticket into the capital market. It's like the gateway into the capital market, because increasingly as the capital market is using ESG to assess where you as an entity does not have ESG reporting, you do not even come to the list to be considered. You're not even reckoned with anymore. And I'll give a little bit more statistics. In Nigeria, we have only about 34% of companies doing ESG or reporting ESG credibly. In South Africa, that's 74%. In the UK, it's 91%. So I ask you, if a global investor was looking for where to go and invest, where do you think they're going to? They're going to where it has become a norm, 91% or 74% versus the 34%, right? So again, the last point I'll make is two things. ESG is strategy. Strategy is information, and that is the crux of capital market investment. And more importantly, your ESG reporting gives you the access, the expressway to being at the table, to being at the forefront of being considered for investment in the capital market.
Thank you so much. That's so insightful. Thank you. So I'm hearing on one hand, Kemi saying how sustainability, ESG, helps them to shore up risk, helps them to accrue savings, right? And then I'm also hearing from you, from an external point of view, that that's actually what investors are looking for. How are you mitigating your risk? How do you identify them? How have you noticed the things within your environment that you need to actually put some action points in place or plans in place to be able to mitigate, so that it gives the investors the confidence to say, look, you actually have the right kind of strategy to survive long term in a volatile environment, volatile, complex, uncertain environment, such as we actually have in the world today, not only in Nigeria, but all over the world. I'm just going to stay with you. And I know that NGX, you also have your guidelines, right? Which you published a long time ago, right? I just want to find out from you, so going back to mandatory sustainability reporting, and you've spoken a lot about that, and I hope I'm not being repetitive here. So I just want you to capture it in terms of attractiveness as a country as a whole. So Nigeria's attractiveness both to domestic and international investors. Mm-hmm. I know that we're always so huge on, how we attracting investment into Nigeria. Now that the FRCN has now taken this as being mandatory, how can that help us as a nation in it? Further attracting investment?
Absolutely. And I mean, it may sound repetitive, but I guess it's just the importance or criticality of it. So again, yes, it is being the most exciting thing, working with the FRC to adopt the International Sustainability Reporting Standards across Nigeria and across organizations. That only helps to catalyze and move us even faster as a country for it to become a norm, a given across board. Just as you mentioned, the NGX, we already have sustainability reporting incorporated into various aspects of the business. It starts with the listing standards. So as a company raising equity, IPOs, and listed on the exchange, if you want to be considered at the premium level of the exchange, sustainability reporting is a mandatory requirement for you. And this also even came from the regulator, the SEC as well. Now, bringing it even from a dual perspective, which is the FRC championing the international standards adoption, that just further enforces what had hitherto been left as voluntary. You know, it makes it mandatory and then therefore sets the standard for everyone to comply. Now, what this does for us, in addition to all I had said before, is this. Remember that capital globally is looking for where to, and let me not just say globally, everywhere, even domestically. I mean, I think we all here would like to diversify, you know, where we invest. Capital globally is looking to invest, and therefore you're trying to compare investment in location A versus investment in location B. And so I'm assessing the business in location A and I'm assessing the business in location B. My checklist is one checklist. I'm not using two different checklists for two different locations. Where we do not have standards that are uniform across board, it becomes very challenging for me to be able to assess and have a credible and fair assessment of the two locations on a, you know, on a line-by-line basis. Adopting international standards, again, puts Nigeria at level playing field for the rest of the world, at a field where we are able to compete favorably for international capital at the rest of the world, because the standard by which the company in the UK, in Europe, in China, in the US has reported its ESG is exactly the same standards that has now been used by the Nigerian company. And so the individual or the investor that is trying to assess where to invest now has the two sets of, you know, information on the same basis, and therefore can justify or can judge where to go put its investment into. So by again adopting the international standard and making this a mandatory, a minimum, it becomes the minimum. It's not even just a compliance anymore. It is just the starting point for anyone. It puts us on the international stage. It gives us the same level of competitiveness, the same level of access that any other international organization could have captured. And kudos to the FRC for that. I also want to say kudos to the transition framework that we've adopted, because making it a one-size-fits-all would have been seriously counterproductive to anyone. The large organization, the SME coming up, they all have to transition. And the beautiful thing about ESG reporting is not doing any of it is the most detrimental. The moment you start reporting, whether it's positive or negative, the benefits gotten is exponential. Because it's not about zeros and ones. It's not, yes, you are absolutely done. It is that you have identified and you have laid out the plan of how you're going to correct. And capital markets will always reward you for that because you have a plan to go there. So to summarize, all I'm saying is back to that competitiveness, is back to that access, being able to have the standards on the exchange as a market, as a standard. It gives us access into the global capital markets and places any organization that adopts it favorably to be able to access capital.
Thank you. Well done. So, Eniola, I'm just going to, Jumoke, so, up till last year, I was sitting on a board of a SME, right, small, medium scale enterprise in Ghana. So I was sitting on the board, and just what Jumoke had just said is so true, because they had so much access to capital, basically because they had a strong ESG agenda and sustainability that was ingrained into their operations. So I just want to talk to you from a BOI point of view. I mean, over the years, we've sort of like struggled should SMEs be even doing anything on sustainability at all? Not to talk of now reporting and going into disclosures. So what kind of support mechanisms do you think may be required to help MSMEs, right, successfully navigate these emerging sustainability expectations?
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. So last year, the Bank of Industry conducted a survey. We actually published a report on state of ESG adoption by MSMEs. And we found a few statistics that I would like to share. Firstly, 72% of MSMEs are aware of ESG practices. However, only 28% actually have structures in place to implement ESG practices. 65% of those respondents also mentioned that a lack of technical know-how was a hindrance to them in actually adopting ESG practices. And 78% cited access to capital as a constraint to implementing ESG. So 2 things struck us. Firstly, there's a capacity gap that needs to be filled. And so from that standpoint, there is a need for collaboration, and I'm very happy with and congratulations to NECA as well, congratulations to MSMEs as well, for the launch of this ESG implementation guide. It is the first step in laying the foundation for MSMEs to understand what ESG is really all about. When we review ESG or projects in the bank, it's gone beyond just looking at the financial health of that business. We're looking at how your business is contributing to the environment in terms of your operations, pollution. How are you averting the impact of pollution, for instance, on your business? How is the environment impacting your operations? How is climate risk affecting where you are situated as a business? What occupational health and safety practices do you have in place to support your employees? Those are building blocks that we look at. We tend to take a bottom-up approach because we also understand that there is it's a learning curve. It's a step-by-step process. We don't expect everybody to get there at once, but we will work with MSMEs to actually help to structure plans that we cause them to start to implement those practices. So capacity building is critical. Ecosystem actors need to be aware of this, need to be able to support the MSMEs in their journey and their ESG journey to adopt these activities. Access to capital is also another fundamental challenge that we have seen. And so at the Bank of Industry, one of the things that we actively do is to take a targeted approach at lending to support those practices. We launched a sustainable financing framework where we clearly defined the various ways that you can start to take on some of these practices. So for instance, energy transition, you are putting up a plant. Is there another plant that is available? It may be a bit more expensive, but it helps you to reduce the pollution that you have taken into the market, into the environment, for instance. We'll support you, we'll guide you in taking those kinds of decisions, and we provide lending services through our dedicated platforms, a climate and sustainability desk, which is beyond just lending. And I think that's the critical element that we need to take away from this. It's not just for us to lend anymore as financial institutions, but it is important that even as we're providing that funding, there is the complementary capacity building that is able to come through with this. And so when we work with our business development support providers, for instance, we're training them. How do you support businesses in carbon accounting? How do they even understand what GHG emissions is? How do they go to the very basics to even start to segregate their waste? Or how do they review their operations, their costs, and look for ways to mitigate costs, but building in clean practices that make them environmentally responsible and socially inclusive in there? That's one critical step that is important to us. Beyond that as well, when we lend to businesses, we don't stop just at lending. Even after we have disbursed, we work with the businesses throughout the tenure of the facilities to adopt ESG practices. It is in the course of it that we find that there are times when there is the need for them to sharpen some of their ESG practices or pick up some new practices that helps to support environmental sustainability. and then creates another opportunity for us to lend to them. So it's a hand-holding process. I think the summary is that we can't leave MSMEs to stand and work on their own. We must work with them, not just to provide access to capital, but also to build capacity, work in collaboration with ecosystem actors on the journey for the MSMEs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, BOI. Thank you so much for all that you do. So I'm going to come to you, Doi, and I'm leaving you almost for the last because I think I want you to speak to us in practical terms. You're a climate change expert, right? And I want you to talk from a climate perspective. So I don't know how many people are from Lagos here, or if you've been on social media. I've been on social media, Instagram, I've been seeing the swimming pools all around. But it's not just in Lagos, or it's not just in Nigeria. In Europe, West Africa, but also in Europe. I don't know if you've heard about the extreme heats across Europe. And in France specifically, thousands of people have passed away because of extreme heats. So this is no joke. So, Doi, I want you to talk to us from a climate perspective. What does meaningful sustainability reporting look like? And this is in the context of the fact that, we've been talking about, building resilience, understanding how to mitigate risk issues. There's a lot of that is coming from companies, organizations, and all that. Yeah. So what does sustainability reporting, real meaningful sustainability, what does it look like from a climate change perspective?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's indeed a pleasure and privilege to be here and to be part of this great conversation. 3, 4, 5 years ago, I'm sure if anybody mentions climate risks to you, you'd be like, oh, it's one of those things that, the West kind of exported to us, to get our buy-in and all of that. Even up to 2, 3 years ago, people still didn't take it too serious. But the reality is that we are living with it. I saw some pictures this morning. The international airport in Lagos on Sunday, it was flooded. A lot of airlines couldn't land, which has never happened. And this airport has been in existence forever. A lot of places, even on the mainland, I'm seeing some floods, and I'm like, in my 50 years, I haven't seen this. So the reality is that it is living with us in our personal lives and in our businesses as well. So the question is, yes, we know about ESG, we know about sustainability reporting, but how do we actually deal with the climate disclosures or the risks associated with climate? The good thing is that sustainable reporting in the climate sector has gone beyond compliance, and it has gone beyond the glossy reports. Everybody now knows about the greenwashing. So you can't just generate one AI or get one consultant to produce a fanciful report for you and just throw it at investors and they'll buy it. It's not going to work. The last 5 years I was in venture capital, we're investing in climate tech startups. We see reports, and a whole lot of it, you could even just tell that these are AI generated, or there wasn't any meaningful thought process that went into it. If you speak with the founders, how did you arrive at this emissions level and all of that? They cannot answer it. So this is very pivotal, and I'll just spend the next 3 to 4 minutes to run us through, what it actually looks like to generate what is meaningful, a meaningful sustainability report. The good thing is that the IFRS, the International Financial Reporting Standard S2, which speaks to climate-related disclosures, it actually provides a framework, on what, if you want to develop your report, what are the key elements, what are the key elements that should be in that framework. And briefly, there are 4 of them. It covers governance, it covers your strategy, it covers how you measure your performance, and it also covers how you manage the risks. So essentially the question is, 1, how is the board overseeing climate risks? One of the speakers spoke, it has to come from the top. Leadership has to drive it. So how is the board itself, the board of that company, how are they actually addressing the topic of climate? Secondly, have you been able to do a kind of a risk profiling, a scenario analysis? Have you been able to even identify your risks that you're exposed to within this space? And how do you want to manage it? And thirdly, how are you going to measure your performance? Because that is actually the metrics that is key. Anybody can put anything up, but how do you want to track your performance? For me, beyond what the framework that the IFRS 2 provides, which is good, it's a tick to box if you stick to what is there. But in real terms, I'll just talk about 5 factors, 5 things that you need to look at to have a meaningful sustainability report. First of all, it must be able to influence decision. A lot of all these, my co-panelists have spoken about it. So if you have investors on the table, if you have your insurers on your table, if you have your lenders on the table, if they look at that sustainability report, is he able to influence their decision? And like I say, within 2 minutes, you can tell that this is just fluff or this is just a marketing report. So it should be able to influence decision. As a lender, I must be able to look at it and like, oh, this provides a good basis for me to, advance capital. Like I said, when I was in venture capital, it was one of the things we look out for. No matter how beautiful the technology is, no matter how we feel, oh, this is going to scale, there are certain metrics we need to look out for. So I want to see what sort of emissions level are you, with this technology, how much emissions are you able to take, reduce carbon footprints and all of that. So it is real. And in a lot of cases, when we even see very poor technologies, but we see that the scale of impact is high, we even go ahead to advance. So it should be able to influence whatever report you have provided from a climate perspective. It should be able to influence decision-making process. Secondly, it also has to be forward-looking. So you shouldn't just make a report that last year, and I see a lot of ESG reports, and they just speak to past emissions. Oh, last year we were able to reduce so emissions from our power plants. No, it must be long-term, over a period of 5-10 years. So that is why, like my co-panelist said, the report is the final product. There's a whole lot of things you must have done to get to that point. And you must be able to identify that totally, maybe by 2030, we want to reduce our emissions levels. We want to make sure that by 2060, for example, on an annual basis, it must be very forward-thinking. You should be able to plan, for the next 4 or 5 years and not just report on the emissions that you were able to reduce the year before. I see a lot of ESG reports and it's just focused on the past emissions. Now that we have adopted IFRS 2 on the climate-related disclosure, this is going to be really thoroughly screened now in terms of, what are the plans going forward in terms of your emissions reduction. Another thing that I want to talk about, a lot of ESG reports I see, there's a lot of focus on just your scope 1 and your scope 2 emissions. So I don't know how, knowledgeable the crowd is on what is scope 1 and what is scope 2. But most of the time, scope 1 are those emissions that, generate from your own, facility, from your processes. You can have some sort of control over it. Your scope 2 emissions are the ones that you purchase, like your electricity from the grid. You can influence decision making, but it's a bit outside of your control. And the scope 3 is actually the largest. That is a more complex one. You're talking about emissions across your entire value chain, your logistics, even your staff boss, how your bosses that, that brings your staff to work. The vehicles, how are they powered? Is it based on diesel or is it, So the scope 3 emissions are very, in fact, in Nigeria, it accounts for 75% of the emission, but it's the least reported by companies. They just talk about the scope 1 and scope 2. Those are the easier ones. Those are the, pardon my French, the more sexier ones. Then they stay silent on the scope 3 emissions. No, your sustainability report should speak to all the emissions. Scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. Even if you are doing badly in scope 3, it starts with baby steps, so you must report everything. I just want to land on one thing. Your disclosure shouldn't just focus on risks. Because I think when people talk about ESG, the default is what are the climate risks? There are also opportunities, you know. So for example, maybe where, I think the lady from MTN, for example, we all know what happened with diesel. A lot of these cell sites were powered on diesel. And then the whole Iran crisis erupted, or even removal of subsidy. And what then happened? It created another line of opportunities for businesses. You know, all of a sudden you have all sorts of solar companies coming up and all of that. So companies can also say, okay, yes, even though we are generating certain emissions here, but we've also identified some opportunities here. We can actually leverage on solar panels, or we are within an enclosed community where we can actually buy power that is powered by solar. So it creates a lot of opportunities. If you are also in refining of petroleum products, or you have an oil and gas field, you are flaring gas. That also accounts for a lot of, you know, emissions. But again, you can also see a business opportunity in that's, okay, that gas that we are flaring, we can redirect it. So it creates a new business model for you. So rather than you know, flaring the gas, you can convert it to compressed natural gas. There's so many innovations coming just from gas alone, you know. So it creates opportunities. So that your report shouldn't just focus on, the risks of flooding, which is also very fantastic, but at the same time, you should be able to, if you do your critical analysis, a whole lot of times the opportunities that actually comes with that. And on a final scale, I'll have to speak to this because for years I worked in a multinational company that was guided by European sustainability standards. And if you know, the Europeans are very strict on sustainability reports. We need to be careful when we're adopting, and I'm happy that we've also adopted the IFRS too. A whole lot of times, companies that are reporting climate, you see that they are probably subsidiaries of multinationals. You know, so there's a template that is pushed down to them. So a whole lot of times, the local context is not considered. In Nigeria, we're dealing with all sorts of energy crises. We have an energy security issue problem. We have an industrialization issue. We have an energy access issue. So it's okay to report on the emissions that you have conserved, but is it realistic? We are not there yet. You know, in Europe, they don't have energy access issues. So be careful. You know, a lot of times investors may push those templates to you. In some cases, subsidiaries of multinationals, they can say MTN from South Africa. I was in a German company, so a whole lot of it was pushed. But a lot of times you had to push back to say, you know what? In reporting, there's a local context to it. You know, we are not there yet. We still rely on diesel. And even gas is a transition gas for us. In other parts of the world, they feel gas is not clean. So again, this dynamics, this local context needs to reflect because that's our reality here. You know, so I'll just end up, you know, just to wrap up, I'll just say that meaningful sustainability reporting needs to comply with the framing or the framework provided by IFRS 2 on on climate-related disclosure. Your report must be able to influence a decision, financing or lending decision. It must reflect local context. It must speak to all your scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. Don't cherry pick. You know, it's a long process, it's a marathon. Yes. And on the final note, like I said, someone must own it. Yes. You know, the board must lead it, and it's not something that should, you know, be pushed to compliance or legal or any other department.
Thank you so much. Well done. Well done. So I think we're about to wrap up, so we'll wrap up now. But one of the things that you said, which I really like, and which we need to take out for, at least for those who work with multinational companies, that we have our own operating context here. So our issues are different than the issues that you find in other climes. So we need to localize, you know, what we're doing. So I'm just going to be one minute, if you permit me. I think I've sort of like exhausted the questions on this side, so let me just come back to you. I'm very much interested, Titi Lokwe, I'm very fast, right? You operate across communities, you understand? So I want you to tell us, how does this support, one, risk management, and we've heard about opportunities, which Kemi spoke to nicely, and then long-term business sustainability. Communities, that's not an easy feat.
Okay. As an organization that has 16,000 plus towers across Nigeria, what that means is that we have very deep footprints in communities. So when we look at sustainability and reporting, first is that we go into the communities with the mindset that it is a journey. It is not a destination that we arrive at. And what that means also is that we need to keep looking at our processes, our people, strengthening them in terms of capacity, and of course, developing frameworks that will support strengthening, many of the policies that we've created. So one of the things that has helped us when it comes to community and building resilience and risk management is that, one, we are proactively able to anticipate many risks. And in anticipating those risks, we are able to engage with diverse stakeholder groups, because communities also don't operate in silos. There are quite a number of other stakeholders we need to put into consideration. So we continue to engage with the stakeholder groups. One of the things that it also helps us to do is it helps us to get creative. And what that does for us is we are able to leverage a lot of innovation in adjusting, making the necessary adjustments when it comes to the different communities. It also helps us with a lot of adaptability. Donyi mentioned local context. Even in Nigeria and 16,000 communities, over 700 local governments, you know that the cultural nuances are different from community to community. So what that means is also that we are not creating a one-size-fits-all approach to strengthening many of the things that we already have existing. We are adaptable. We continue to review, measure, and make progress in terms of delivering those impacts to the communities.
Well done, well done, well done. I know it can be, the two of you are together, right? Sort of like co-joined. Working out of communities can be, I know what it is. So well done for that. I like the proactiveness. I like the fact, yes. So Nigeria is not one. So we're very diverse. So I'm going to just pose almost similar questions to you and Eniola. So one, I know Eniola has spoken a lot about, SMEs, right? And how to build capacity and handhold them. Can you just, maybe one or two other things that you can add in terms of helping them as 2030 comes along, in terms of compliance requirements, what baby steps, how should they, work towards that? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So businesses need to see ESG practices, sustainability, not even sustainability reporting now, the building blocks, adopting ESG practices. It needs to be embedded in the DNA of businesses. It should be part of your daily living. It should be a way of life. Ownership at the top, as my co-panelists have said, but more importantly, cascading it to other members of your staff to understand that those little activities of theirs contribute a lot to the overall environmental responsiveness of the organization. I'll end with a story of one of our customers that is very dear to our hearts. This business is a cassava processing business. And when this business started to operate, there was a lot of dependency on diesel, and the cost was really high. Now, cassava, they will have peels, right? When they harvest the cassava, they will remove the peels, and the peels just went to the landfills. And of course, that's another contribution to, poor environmental practices. Diesel consumption as well was also another contribution to poor environmental practices because of the pollution. But the cost was really killing that business. And so the business was forced to look inwards. And of course, with collaboration, which is the point around technical know-how, capacity building, that business went ahead to start to utilize the the cassava peel, as a form of power generation for their business, for their operations. They complemented that with solar. And of course, their cost, it was a loan from a financial institution that was able to get them to buy the equipment for the conversion of cassava peel to energy and also the purchase of the solar panel systems. But they were able to recoup that cost from the low and almost zero cost of diesel usage in their operations. What did that also do? It afforded them the opportunity to expand their operations. So they generated additional revenue. They contributed to working with smallholder farmers in the community, empowered their livelihood. So you see that adopting ESG practices is not only for you as a business. When you make it a way of life, it actually trickles to the communities around you and ultimately for economic development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to hear from you, Kemi MTN. Any word for the entrepreneurs here, 2030, the CEOs? Anything that we should be looking at in terms of preparing and actioning?
I think a word for CEOs that are here, your ESG report, look at it as your risk register. Look at it as your brochure to the capital markets. Look at it as your social license to operate. And if your CFO is not reading that report, then maybe that's where to start from.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't know if we have time to take questions from the audience. One or two questions. One question. Digi. I will do two because Digi is Digi is not one of the questions. Okay. So, in fact, we have a lot of, we have about three,
Thank
four.
you very much. The panel, I think you've done quite a bit of, a lot of work, Jumoke, doing Kemi, another entity. For us, it's not a question, but, and I don't want to put you on the spot. BOI cannot abandon us now. MTN can afford to, because MTN, they're all members of NECA, BAT, IHS, they're all, and I don't have to mention MBC, because you're already a converted. Now, we've started quite a bit in this ecosystem. We might, Yoruba say, Omo Kehinde Gbegbo, you know, we're entering the fray a bit late, but we're already taking the lead. In fact, we've taken the lead institutionally in the context of ESG, just transition engagement, apart from what your companies are doing, and we can't compete with you. But you also cannot abandon the ecosystem, because no matter how far you've gone, you know, the value chain that drives all of us, you know, is still anchored on systems like NECAs. So without putting you on the spot, we'll be coming back to you definitively, you know, on what we might require, and whatever you also think, the kind of partnership you might drive with us to drive this conversation deep down. You know, she was mentioning beyond phase 1 and phase 2, you have to move deeper. But there are a lot that doesn't even understand any that there are phases. So we need to get everybody into that ecosystem through what we are doing in the just transition and ESG ecosystem, so that we can move as fast as we're supposed to move. From the regulatory side, you know, while those businesses are struggling with regulation and the rest, we have DG Pepeke here with us, who has been one of our strongest, the biggest partner for the private sector to help us to address, and she's addressing those regulatory issues definitively. But the soft side of it that we can deal with, and the support that you can provide, and these supports are basically drop in ocean for your organization, but those drops for you, they can become flawed for us in the context of the kind of support that we can give to the larger MSMEs and SME ecosystem. I just want to drop that in your box, that please let's think through what the kind of partnership we can build so that we can drive this conversation forward. I think only Somdayo and I can't remember the other person, and Kemia in the ESG advisory board. And with the power of the mic and permission of the president, I think we will also be co-opting every other person on the board, on the stage, to the ESG advisory board, because we need your experience, we need your competence, and we need your presence to drive this conversation at national level. Yeah.
Okay, so noted, we're all here for NECA. Can we, and thank you for that, sir, can we get microphone? I think there are 2 people there, 1 person here. So we do 1 male, 1 female.
Good afternoon, Ma. My name is Musa Elayo Hassan, and I am from Nasarawa State. You see, today Nasarawa State has the highest deposit of lithium in Africa and the 2nd largest in the world. Well, if you go to these communities that this lithium are being mined, the climate factor there is not conducive for the common populace, people that are living in that environment. You will find out that the water there is not clean. What I mean is that most of these climate factors are industrials made. The industry made it for the common masses. So you will find out that water there is not even consumable for the people there. You will find their soil, that's the land, is very degraded, and it can lead to deforestation, and maybe you see cases like flooding in that environment. In as much as we are happy with the coming of investors to Nasarawa State, we are also concerned about people living in that environment. You see, most of these factors also affect their health. It might not be necessary to the hosts now, but it might be passed to the next generation. That's the F1 generation, people that are going to come after. And then we'll find out that people are born with deformity, and we'll start blaming our village people, not knowing that the industries are making those environmental risk factors for us. Yeah. So is there, the climate people, is there addresses that you have been doing in order to address these challenges?
Okay, thank you. Do you want to? Okay, do you want to? So 1 minute, please. There's a microphone there. You want to take it as well?
Sorry, I didn't. Sorry, I didn't pick your name, but you know that's very valid. The concern you've raised. I mean, the critical mineral space as well. What had happened in that space is that over the years, a lot of the mining activities taken there were not under control. You know, you had all sorts of Chinese, you had all sorts of private people with their militia, you know, engaging in those activities. So there wasn't any sort of structure, you know, so there was no accountability, let me put it that way. Compared to South Africa, you know, where there's a huge structure, and other, you know, other countries. So the concern is real. I'm aware that the current minister, it's been tough because, again, you have a lot of powerful people behind this. A lot of them are operating without licenses. So how do you even want to hold them accountable? But I'm aware that structure is being put in place to make sure that, you know, they actually have licenses, because that's the starting point. You can only report when you are even known and identified, you know. So unfortunately, it's one sector that came late to the party compared to the oil and gas sector, where there has been a lot of, over the years, there's been a lot of advocacy, and we've actually been seeing a bit of, you know, change. All companies now have to account under the Nigerian Climate Change Act. There's a whole lot of accountability now on the oil and gas companies, and they are also scrambling to produce ESG reports to show how they are addressing this. So for the critical minerals, we're getting there. We're still very early phases because there are powerful blocks also behind this thing. But the starting point is to get them licensed. Let's know who are the players there, and they can be held accountable.
Excellent. Yeah. Thank you so much. Okay.
Yes, just to say very, very briefly, the Ministry of Environment requires that before these businesses operate, they must have an environmental and impact assessment done on them. So that is a critical requirement that even us as financiers also look at. Without it, we cannot give you money. And even in there, we want to see what you are doing for the communities. We want to see how you have identified the environmental pollution that your operations will contribute to the community, and the mitigation the mitigation actions that you are putting in place to actually address those. In some cases where we find that they do not exist, we closely monitor. Those projects are categorized as high-risk projects in our books. And so we are constantly monitoring them, because it's a rippling effect from a sustainability reporting standpoint. It comes to us ultimately too in our books as a negative impact. So it is the onus is on financiers to ensure that those guys are constantly monitored, to collaborate with NESRIA to ensure that constant or periodic monitoring is done to comply to ensure that those guys are complying with the mitigation actions that they've put in place. We're not there yet, but we will get there because there's policy driving.
Thank you very much. So please, sir, can you put your name down with Mrs. Ajala, and then we'll also look at it from a NECA point of view. So I think we're done. With the wrap, we can go on and on. So please, can you put down your questions with Mrs. Ajala, and then we'll just take it and address it after this panel. Yes, it's a wrap. Thank you very much. It's been very insightful. And so again, DG, thank you for putting up this powerful panel of women, all women. Thank you.
You know, now I am convinced I want a female president. Amazing panel. Please, let's put our hands together for this wonderful. Maybe because they are the ones that sustain our homes, they are so good with sustainability. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me call Mr. Adewale Jones to present their plaques to them. The plaques, please.
On behalf of the Governing Council of NECA, I present this to you. Thank you very much for coming and for the incisive contributions that you have made. So, Madam, on behalf of the Governing Council of NECA, I make this presentation to you. Thank you very much for coming and for the contributions you have made to this conversation. Yeah. Okay. She's the next person. Okay. So on behalf of the Governing Council of NECA, I make this presentation to you. Thank you very much for the contributions you have made to this conversation. Thank you very much. Again, on behalf of the Governing Council of NECA, I make this presentation to you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. And so again, on behalf of the Governing Council of NECA, I make this presentation to you. Thank you very much for the incisive contribution to this discussion. Thank you. Okay. So the elephant, the big elephant now. And so again, on behalf of the Governing Council of NECA, I make this contribution to Solomon Dayo, the big elephant amongst the team. Thank you very much.
So let me invite the Treasurer and the Director General to please step forward for the group photograph, please.
We're also inviting the DG PEBEC to also complement the female powerhouse in the house.
Let me be here. You are the moderator.
Although the photograph I've shown her, let me formally welcome the DG PEBEC, Princess Zara Mustafa Audu, to our midst here. Welcome you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Our next panel is on Nigerian Tax Act, prospects, opportunities, and implementation challenges. But before then, we will invite the representative of the Honorable Minister for Women Affairs, okay. We'll quickly go into the panel then. Our speaker for that panel is the Director General, Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council, PEBEC, an asset woman dedicated to national progress. She will speak to us and then we'll bring together the panel. Please welcome Princess Zara Mustafa Audu.
Thank you. The President of the Nigeria Employers Consultative Association, NECA, the Director General of the Nigerian Employers Consultative Association, NECA, distinguished leaders of organized private sector, development partners, captains of industry, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We just literally clocked 12 o'clock. It's a privilege to address you today at this distinguished gathering of the Nigeria's employers and business leaders. let me begin by thanking the Nigerian Employers Consultative Association, NECA, for convening this important dialogue. Institutions such as NECA have remained indispensable partners in Nigeria's economic reform journey because sustainable reforms are rarely designed in isolation. They emerge through continuous engagement between government and those who create jobs, build enterprise, and invest in capital. Today's discussion is not only timely, but I believe will be impactful. Across the world, countries are competing more aggressively than ever for investment, technology, talent, and productive enterprise. Investors today have more choices than at any point in our history. Capital flows to economies where institutions are efficient, regulations are predictable, and government is responsive. For Nigeria, therefore, ease of doing business is no longer simply an administrative reform agenda, it is an economic competitiveness strategy. Competitiveness is no longer determined solely by the abundance of natural resources or the size of domestic markets. Increasingly, it is shaped by the quality of institutions, the efficiency of regulation, the predictability of government policies, and the confidence they inspire in investors. This is our mission at the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council, PEBEC. The World Bank consistently identifies regulatory quality as one of the strongest determinants of private investment, enterprise growth, and employment creation. Similarly, studies by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, demonstrate that reducing unnecessary regulatory burden can improve business productivity by between 2 to 6% over medium term, particularly among small and medium-sized enterprises. Government cannot create these jobs, the private sector must. Government's responsibility is to create the conditions under which businesses can invest, innovate, and expand. Nigeria possesses extraordinary structural advantages with over 230-odd million people, Africa's largest consumer market, abundant natural resources, and through the African Continental Free Trade Area, access to continental markets of over more than 1.4 billion people, with a combined GDP of about 3.4 trillion. Yes, we have comparative advantages, but this alone does not guarantee competitiveness. Competitiveness depends on institutions. Investors ask fundamental questions. Can I establish my business efficiently? Will regulations be predictable? I obtain approvals within reasonable timeline, and will government agencies coordinate these actions? PEBEC's mandate recognizes these realities. The federal government established the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council, PEBEC, in 2016 under the leadership of His Excellency the President. It was established with a dual mandate: one, to remove bureaucratic and legislative constraints to doing business, and to improve the perception of ease of doing business in Nigeria. Our mission remains straightforward: to make Nigeria a place where businesses can start faster, operate more efficiently, expand with confidence, and compete globally. Since its inception, PEBEC has coordinated the implementation of over 180 verifiable reforms. I keep saying to my team, I've been in office for 15 months now, and the one thing that remains important to me is not just the passing of new policies or new reforms, but the implementation of those reforms and the impact that it has on the businesses that we regulate. Listening to businesses, one principle has guided our work from the very beginning. Effective reforms must begin with listening. PEBEC has consistently engaged businesses across sectors to understand the practical realities they encounter. The concerns we hear are consistent. Businesses speak about limited access to affordable finance, high energy and logistics costs, multiple taxation, complex regulatory compliance, lengthy processes, amongst others. Every unnecessary delay increases cost, and we're aware of this. PEBEC is working assiduously on a daily basis to make sure that we are able to streamline regulatory processes and reduce the burden of doing business, not just at the federal level, but also at the subnational level. I personally just returned from Kebbi State yesterday. PEBEC is currently on its nationwide tour. So not only do we work with the 69 ministries, departments, and agencies who are business-facing, PEBEC also works to ensure that the policies at the federal level are implemented at the subnational level through our Subnational Ease of Doing Business Council, which are typically headed by the deputy governors of each state. For us at the subnational level, ease of doing business is ultimately experienced at multiple levels. Businesses interact daily with the state institutions on land administration, construction permits, environmental approvals, utility connections, and local taxation. These are some of the focus points that we have emphasized during our engagements with our subnational ease of doing business councils. During our technical sessions in the mornings, we emphasize the need for the states to streamline their processes, digitalize the processes, as well as interface more closely with existing investors through aftercare services. As much as we work with the subnational government and the agencies at the federal level, government cannot reform alone. The business environment reform succeeds only when government and the private sector and development partners work collaboratively. Government provides policy direction, and we expect the private sector to provide investment, innovation, and practical feedback. Each has a distinct role, which is indispensable. This is precisely why I'm here today at this event, you know, straight from Kebbi to Abuja, specifically for this, and I'm off to Gawa tomorrow. So, in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria stands at a defining moment in its economic transformation. Our demographic advantage, entrepreneurial spirit, strategic location, and market size present immense opportunity. However, these advantages can only be fully utilized when they are supported by efficient institutions, transparent regulations, and a business environment that inspires confidence. As we move forward, we will continue to deepen collaboration with organized private sector, state government, development partners, and all stakeholders. Allow me to leave you with this thought. The ease of doing business is ultimately not measured by the number of reforms we announce, but by the confidence with which businesses choose to invest, expand, innovate, and create jobs in Nigeria. Let me categorically state, under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration, you are the most important element in our economic drive to build our $1 trillion economy. And as such, we do not take our businesses for granted. I want to continue to assure NECA of PEBEC's continuous support and partnership in every way possible. On that note, I wish all of us successful deliberations as we go into a panel session. God bless you. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Princess, for your presentation. Okay, let me invite the chief host, the president, and also the treasurer, wrapped into one man, to please step forward and present your plaque to the amazing Princess, who's the DG of PEBEC. We have a plaque for you. Yes, come, please come.
On behalf of the Governing Council of NECA, we want to thank you especially for being part of this program. We really appreciate the sacrifice you made to have come even this morning. We're not taking for granted the partnership and the support that we've been getting from your organization, and that we believe that this collaboration will continue to deepen as we continue to work with government and other stakeholders. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Before I invite the panel for the next session, let me please deliver this announcement. The summit would like to invite you to participate in a short survey on just transition financing needs for businesses in Nigeria. This survey is being conducted by the Nigerian Employers Consultative Association in collaboration with the International Labour Organization to better understand, and I expect the controls to please put the QR code on the screen, to better understand the financing challenges and support businesses need to transition to a greener and more sustainable economy. Your feedback is very important and will help inform policies and interventions that support businesses across Nigeria. The survey takes just 3 to 5 minutes to complete. Please scan the QR code on the screen or kindly complete the survey before you leave. And on behalf of the summit, we say thank you to you in anticipation. Okay, that seems to be the QR code. All right, that's it. That's the QR code for the survey. So while we are filling the survey, let me constitute the panel. This will still be dealing with the issue that Princess Zara Mohammed Mustafa Audu delivered her paper, Nigerian Tax Act, Prospects, Opportunities, and Implementation Challenges. Let me welcome our moderator, Choma Mamo, Head of Policy and Public Affairs, Guinness Nigeria PLC. Is she in the room? Oh, okay. The arrow is mine. Our plenary 4 will be on enhancing ease of doing business and addressing regulatory overlap, deepening private sector collaboration for sustained outcomes. And our moderator is the Head of Corporate Affairs, Corporate Communications, Public Affairs and Sustainability, Nestle Nigeria, and also the Chairman or the planning committee of this wonderful summit. Please welcome Ms. Victoria Uwadoka. These are members of the panel. Anas Galadima, Senior Manager, Public Policy, MTN Nigeria. Ms. Omolola Ajani, MD, Widatel Nigeria Limited. Ms. Cecilia Madueke, Company Secretary and Legal Director, Julius Berger PLC. And Ms. Ruth Owajaye, External Affairs Director, British American Tobacco Nigeria Limited. These are members of the panel, and our delectable, hard-working moderator is set to put the ship on sail.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Hello, everyone, and really delighted to welcome this esteemed panel to talk about our topic for today. I think that the esteemed DG, Pebek, has really set the tone for our conversation today, and it is deeply aligned with the theme for this year's Employers Summit, which is really around ESG, enterprise, competitiveness, and inclusive national growth. So we're going to really talk about today the issues of regulatory predictability. We're going to talk about consultation quality. We're going to talk about approval timelines, I'm sure. We're going to talk about coherence across agencies and evidence-based enforcement, which all influence investment decisions, our operating costs, innovation, job creation, and long-term confidence. And I heard the DG mention a couple of times confidence, where businesses can operate with confidence. So this is important. So this panel will really focus on being constructive in our dialogue, really, not to debate whether regulation is necessary, because we know that is, but to explore how regulation can become more predictable, more coordinated, more transparent, and enabling while still serving legitimate public interest objectives. There will be 3 practical tests for our discussions. What has genuinely improved? Where is business still experiencing the greatest pain or significant constraints? And what reforms, what institutional behaviors and business commitments are required to move from consultation to co-creation? Okay, so I'm just going to give us each a couple of minutes to talk about a few things, but the conversations will really be guided. And I'm going to start from Mrs. Cecilia Madueke, Company Secretary, Julius Berger. All right, thank you. So we know that large infrastructure projects, well, as the name implies, large. Sometimes they can be complex, but they do not necessarily need to be complex. So I'm just going to ask you to tell us, how do you maneuver, or how do you cope? How do you navigate between the multiple federal, state, local approvals which are necessary to really deliver your projects? And what would be most beneficial if you were to choose one thing to improve the coordination and help you plan clearer timelines or operate with greater predictability?
Thank you very much. All protocols observed. Thank you to NECA for having us. Yes, we are a large multinational, a large infrastructure company. That is what we are built for. So what regulations, what should we be looking at? How do we, to enable us to carry out our activities alive? Because of the nature of what we do, and when we talk about infrastructure relates not just to, it's developmental. it impacts people, it impacts land, it impacts rights, it impacts environment, it impacts communities. So these are the things that, when we look at what kind of, that we also look at when we look, and then it impacts, the DG Perback said that we have the nationals, we have the subnationals, we have the local as well. So we're dealing with different, it's a complex ecosystem that we're dealing with. So when we talk, how do we navigate? It is a very delicate dance that we carry out between all these different stakeholders to enable us achieve the end result of what we want to achieve, which is the development or the execution of the infrastructure. What are our constraints? It's trying to deal with approvals across board. We are talking about approvals that go from, from national to subnational to local to community. And all of this have an impact on the project. I'll give you an example. We were trying to develop, to carry out a road infrastructure somewhere in the south. Would you believe that we had to deal with the issue of relocating a shrine? Now, that on its own is not something that the federal government can handle. It's not something that the local state government can handle. It's not something that even the local government can handle. It's something that has to do with community. So how do we navigate? You really need to have your relationships right. You need to have the right capacity within in terms of resources. We need to engage, and we are always engaging. If you don't have that on ground, you will not be able to move forward. We also need to have understanding of what exactly is driving some of the issues. For this, it's not just a federal government issue, it is a whole ecosystem issue that we're dealing with here. So, yeah, it is not, so what are our constraints? What are our challenges? For such projects, we would also need to have community, inter-community relationships, inter-community arrangements, whereby the federal, state, local can come together. And this would be best served and best done at the very beginning of the project. When we will know, we will have this team that would identify what are the risks, what are the issues, where do we need to step in, who is going to own the process. It's very important to have all this in place. I don't know if I have addressed all your issues.
Yes, thank you. And hold the thought, because I'm going to come back to you. Is there no system that brings this together already at the beginning? We'll come back to that sector by sector, because I know that we have our critical challenges, and that brings me to telecoms, right? And telecoms is very essential. I mean, if we talk about technology today, we talk about innovation, if we talk about payment platforms, whatever we talk about today, telecoms is central to our national competitiveness and digital inclusion, And I know that, yes, you also see these regulatory overlaps and all of that, but specifically in your sector, in telecommunications, where do you see the, because I know that there's been some changes in the past 2 years, right? But where do you still see the most significant overlaps when it comes to federal and subnational regulation? And what practical reform, if you were to choose one, would reduce that compliance complexity without weakening the appropriate oversight, which of course is important?
Thank you very much. From the perspective of telecommunication in the telecom industry, we see quite a lot of overlaps, both within the federal structure and between federal and states. And I'll give you practical examples. Let me start with federal. You find federal agencies going to the National Assembly to amend their laws to give them more powers to regulate, and in that process they encroach on the authority of other regulatory agencies. They encroach into the telecom sector, they encroach into banking, into manufacturing, and all that. And a typical example is one that has just been passed recently, and the agency, I don't want to mention names, has started to write to different agencies of government, which we have brought to the attention of NECA. That is not a very good thing to do when you have multiple agencies regulating companies on the same subject matter. It causes confusion, it reduces investor confidence, and reduces the country's capacity or ability to attract foreign direct investment. From the federal and states, we also find encroachment, especially from the states trying to encroach into the federal government stuff. Now, in a democracy, everything is guided by the Constitution. As a state governor, you don't just go about imposing taxes. You look at the Constitution, what are in the exclusive list that is left to the federal government, and what is in the concurrent list where the state government has authority to regulate and impose taxes. And that is where you go to be guided. But you find people come in, become leaders, and then they give tax targets, revenue targets to their IRS, internal revenue agencies, and those agencies go about serving all kinds of demand notices on different things. I have seen, these are the things I manage directly, I have seen invoices on things that are supposed to be exclusive to the federal government coming from state governments. Right now, today, I've been dealing with one. So these are things that need to be addressed. Now, we had the Taxes and Levies Act, which provided a sort of framework. It was passed in '98, provided some of framework for states to be guided on what areas they can impose taxes, the federal to be guided on what areas they can impose taxes, and the local governments to be guided. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, in the last days of her administration, she reviewed that and created more room for state governments and all that. But unfortunately, a court has nullified the Taxes and Levies Act in its entirety. So there's darkness. State governments are not sure what taxes they should be qualified to impose. So there's, going back to the what needs to be done, there's a need for a constitutional amendment to accommodate what has been nullified by the taxes and levies. Because what the court said was that the National Assembly is not in position in its own, without amending the Constitution, to just pass an act and have it applicable to state and local governments. It has to be a constitutional amendment. So we recommend that, and I'm aware that there's a provision for that, but it has not seen the light of the day, despite the tax reforms. The Constitution needs to be amended in a way that it accommodates and provides very clear delineation between what the federal can impose, what the states can impose, and what the local governments can impose. And we have a new problem. Mr. President, in his wisdom, pushed a bill last week for state policing, a very nice bill. But unfortunately, the National Assembly did not conduct a public hearing for that bill. The Senate went ahead and passed that bill. That's another flaw. Global best practice is when you want to pass a legislation or impose a regulation, you have to do, for the legislation, it should be public hearing. For regulations, it's stakeholder consultation. Because nobody has the monopoly of wisdom. So you call all relevant stakeholders and groups to look at the document and make input so that you adjust where you need to adjust. Get more wisdom from everybody and make it a better piece of legislation or regulation. Unfortunately, the legislation went to the National Assembly on Monday. By Wednesday or Thursday, it's been passed. That's best practice. What we are going to see in that bill, which is a very good bill intended by the president, but because of lack of public consultation, what we are going to see is that you have a situation where you have state police coming to impose huge taxes, when in fact there should have been a clear provision for how the police should be funded. It's not very clear in that bill, and that is a recipe for disaster. So that's just an example. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, that speaks to the issue of co-creation and consultation and policy creation and just an announcement that this policy has been passed. I know that the state policing bill has been in the works for over 5 years, but in all that time, there was no real consultation with all the stakeholders, to really have a conversation. So I know that's something that is going to affect all businesses. But I mean, further in the discussion, we're going to talk about what do we do going forward, seeing this is the situation. But I would like to, go to Mrs. Lola Ajani, MD, Wood et al. Very nice to meet you again. All right, so many SMEs report challenges linked to multiple permits and all of that. And today, we've been talking about MSMEs, we've been talking about SMEs. And you know, current statistics, I think, is that about 90% of our workforce is employed within the MSMEs and SMEs. And that's very important. For businesses to scale, they need to be able to focus their energy on what matters. But I know that, you know, this challenge is linked to multiple permits, inconsistent standards, repeated inspections, unclear requirements. You know, what is the real impact on your business? Because sometimes when we talk about these things, it's like just macroeconomic data. What is the real impact on your business in terms of time, cost, uncertainty, or client delivery?
Thank you. It's really a pleasure to be here again. And we cannot talk about ease of doing business enough. And I'm happy that it's still being talked about, especially at this important summit. You've said it all. The impact is you know, enormous, both direct and indirect impacts on business. We're not able to focus on the real reasons that we're in business, and it takes us away from our daily activities. There's a lot of uncertainty. You're not sure of what to expect as you go into your daily activities, and you're unable to plan properly and things like that. What I would say is, you know, why not digitize these processes? So for example, we have like the NSITF, ITF, taxation and pension on the online platforms, and it makes it easy for us to, you know, do some of these things easily. So why not do that again for the taxes, digitize them? That would increase collection and also remove a lot of these uncertainties. You know, we don't know who we're dealing with. Are we to deal with the state? Are we to deal with the federal agencies? Are we to deal with consultants in some instances, especially here in the FCT? You know, and of course the laws, as he had mentioned, my co-panelists he had mentioned before, you know, going to House of Assembly and making these changes on a whim. It's you know, when I saw the ESG launch, and I well commended, and I'm now wondering how easy will it be to implement some of these suggestions in there with all of these things directly impacting on daily business. So yes, the impact is great. It affects our bottom lines. It also affects the possibility of even approaching investors as well, because you're not seen to be compliant in some cases, and you're not even sure that you're not compliant, things like that. With organizations like NECA, I participate on the taxes committee, and we have tried on many occasions to approach, and we'll keep trying. And I believe that as, you know, the conversation keeps happening, things will certainly get better. Like you mentioned, some things, there's some improvements, but there's still a long way to go. Thank you.
I'm going to stay with you there. I mean, you've told us the general, you're a player within the SME field, and we talk about layering. What is the one thing that if we changed it today, or if we succeeded in changing it today, because I know we'll be trying, what is that one thing? You talked about digitization. If it is that, please let us know how that would dramatically create the framework for you to build other reforms on, to remove the complexities when it comes to doing business.
Yeah, I think, yes, digitization is one, and then second thing will be harmonization as well. Harmonization will remove the duplication. You know, instances you have certain ministries coming to inspect, for example, hygiene situations in your organization. And then you also have other organizations doing the same thing, duplication. You know, you have instances and you're wondering, why don't I just, you know, is there a way to have like a standard template required from businesses, and then we're putting it up somewhere so all of the different organizations can, you know, look it up. So if you're looking for something on Woodetal, it's there on the portal, and where we are not compliant, you just reach out to us on where we are not, as opposed to asking for the same information from different agencies. So I believe that those are the first two things I would say: digitization, which will also aid harmonization of these taxes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So digitization, harmonization, that would help. I mean, talking about the various inspections, I mean, I don't think that it's only SMEs that face that, because even for us, we have environmental inspection from the federal, from the state. Anyway, so let me bring it to Mrs. Ruth Owojaye. I hope I pronounced that right. Very great. Director, Corporate and Regulatory Affairs, BAT. So you're in a very highly regulated environment. I think mine is, but yours is quite regulated. And you know, how can government and business improve policy design so that legitimate public interest objectives are achieved while implementation remains clear, predictable, and evidence-based, so that businesses can continue to do the business of business?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. So I wear the hat of Corporate Affairs Director for BAT, but I also wear the hat, again, of the chair of the MANEG Exports Group. And, you know, so I'm going to be talking about it from my perspective as a local manufacturer, and also from the perspective of exports that impacts me, and also members of companies that also export. So, like we already had said, and even the DG alluded to it, I'm not sure any company is averse to regulations. Nobody is averse to regulations. What the companies want to have is clarity on how to implement those regulations. You know, and then also for companies that are already highly regulated already. You know, so we really just want to get to it and get the business going. You know, so the most important for us is that a good regulation should protect public interests, but also protect the economy. You know, so in government setting up those policy, designing the policy and all that, it has to be a win-win. You know, so the industry should be allowed to start to engage early. So at the point when that whole conversation starts about, okay, we want to revise a policy, we want to do a new policy, whatever it is, bring in the industry, because that is where you find the data you need to make that policy implementable. They will give you data, evidence-based, and also that's where we have the bit around trust, because government needs to trust industries to give them the right data, and then there are conversations. You know, and another thing that kind of also helps in this case is that when government, for instance, says, oh, we want to adjust the policy, we want to create one, it needs to be timely. We can't be creating policy for 5 years. Because it's, what that does, the ripple effect of that is that it stalls investment decisions. People want to invest, but they want clarity. I don't know if you get it. They want clarity. So they're just there, oh, I understand government sometimes can be, there's a bit of hierarchy and all that. And the private sector doesn't work like that. So it takes 2 years, 3 years. Companies are planning the budget for next year. They're thinking about it, and then there's really nothing to hold on to. So there's really that bit around, let's get it done as quickly as possible so that businesses can move on to doing the business of business. Because what happens when the policy is clear, businesses are able to invest, they bring in FDI, and then taxes, more taxes are being paid. You know, so there's a whole cycle around how quickly government and industry can move. So basically, what am I saying? I'm saying there should be early interventions. Let's not wait until the policy is already a good draft from government point of view, where government has set itself. Then it's now difficult for industry to intervene, because at that point they're saying, oh well, we already have a draft now, we really need to go. But input has not been taken from industry. You know, so it really has to start from the very beginning. And thank you to NECA and all the other OPS organizations that help us, you know, find out some of these things that happen. Because without your intervention, sometimes we don't even know some things are happening. We hear it much later. You know, so I think collaboration between government, industry, organized private sector will really help. Just to touch quickly on exports. Now government, in the last couple of years, there's been, I know that it's been a pain for everybody, individuals, businesses, but there's been some level of stability in how, looking at the Tinubu agenda, they want to ensure the 8-point agenda. And one of it is to create goods that can go out and compete out there in the world. But we need, the exporters need quite a bit. good example, EEGs, export grants are given to exporters. They're supposed to invest back into their businesses to even export. Some of that is still pending with government, and it's taking quite a while. Really, if government wants to promote exports, then some of these incentives that will help us compete favorably with the world needs to be given to the exporters. Now, again, we're in the era where we want to implement the AFCFTA. Now we're going to be playing in an African market. Our goods need to be competitive. So some of these incentives also help to ensure that these goods are priced in a way that it can be sold out there. But things are a bit slow. I'm not saying things are not working. Things are better. But like Madam said, things can be better, even much better. And that will really help. So for me, it's more around government, fulfill your promises. When there's going to be policy changes or adjustments, carry along the industry. Industry needs, you need that input from a pain point of view. We can tell you what will work in Nigeria, what will not work. Sometimes policies come from ECOWAS or wherever, but we need to localize it, like somebody said in the last panel. Localize it to fit our country here, such that ultimately everybody wins. Government wins, industry wins, SMEs win, big industries, small industries. Everybody is able to take a bite, and everybody moves forward in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes. You've said a couple of things that are very important. You've talked about the timing, right? We need speed, we need agility to move forward. And you've also talked about, involving industry from the beginning, and that brings us closer to co-creation. Don't just consult me after you've finalized your first draft. And you know what, we have a timeline, we need to go. That's something that we have to deal with. But I must say that as industry, we're very grateful to PEBEC, aren't we? Because like the DG said, the first step in driving reforms is listening. And I know that PEBEC listens. And that's why this next set of questions is really super important, because that's what's going to go into our document, into the next meeting that we're going to have with PEBEC right after this. And this I'm going to ask you, and I just want one sentence from you, just one sentence. Don't think it through, because it has to be the everyday thing that you're dealing with. And I'm going to start with Mrs. Lola Ajani. You've talked about digitization, so it's good that I'm asking you, what is the one approval process that should be digitized end-to-end immediately?
Wow.
Yes, one.
That's a difficult question to answer, because again, we have so many taxes across border. It's quite, confusing. So, for example, we have business premises permits. You have.
What is the one, just the one for you, as an SME, that it will be a game changer today? Digitize.
Maybe the state taxes.
Great. Thank you. I kind of agree with you a little bit. But let me ask Mr. Anas Galadima, the one for you.
Okay. So if there's any process that should be digitized, I think, like she said, is the state taxes. The state taxes are inconsistent, even from year to year by the same state. So if you have a digital system, from the beginning of the year, you can look and see all the taxes that are due from every state, and you can work to address them. Not just wait for physical copies of demand notices that could vary depending on the director in charge that particular year and all that. So I think that will serve as as the most important thing to do.
Okay. Great. Madam Cecilia Madueke, do you agree with that? Or there's another one that you think?
I agree with the issue of taxes.
Yes.
From my own industry perspective, yes, I will talk about the right of way.
The right of way.
And this has to cut across, the three.
From federal to state to local government.
Yes, that we need to find a way to have it digitalized. And I want to say something as well. We shouldn't have incomplete records. That is a major issue when we submit documentation to regulators. We always come back to have to update, no, not update, to give more information, give new information. So we need to have a system, a platform that would keep the data, the sanctity of the data as well.
Right.
Okay. So.
Awesome. And for you?
Yes. So for me, I think two very quickly. So for instance, the single window that was done, and also the BODOGU digitized, excellent work done. But I think what needs to be added on top of that is the change mindset. There's a mindset that needs to be on top of that, because while we're saying we're calling for digitization, we understand that there could be issues in the back end. So in trying to get your approvals, whatever it is, fill your Form M and all that, there are a few glitches at the back. There needs to be speed at the back end. You know, to say, for instance, something's not working, you need to upload something, there's an error report. It takes weeks sometimes to fix those issues. So we need, you know, those digitized platforms to work. You know, so have a mindset to say, government, yes, digitize, but when there are issues, that's really where the work is, to get it fixed. That needs to happen. Then the other bit is all, I think, needs to be digitized. You know, I already talked about timing around how quickly. Sometimes you submit applications, you have to go back there several times. That process of, for instance, I want to register a product, put it online. Give me access that I can see how it's moving back end. Give me an SLA and tell me within 3 weeks, it can even be 3 months, it's fine, but I can track how it is moving. So again, that whole interface, sometimes we know what happens when we have to always do interfaces. So digitize, give me access to see how my approvals are moving, and then just in case, I mean, 1 or 2 glitches here and there, but I shouldn't be always come and sit in the office to say, sir, please, how far my file? And I think that will really help also to see that symbiosis between government and the industry trying to get approvals from them.
That's great. I mean, like we've all agreed, so we have the state taxes and we have the right of way, and I think that's really critical when it comes to the construction sector. You've talked about digitization that has happened, but we need to get the change management better. And I think that that's what the Minister of Finance said to us yesterday around, you know, sorting out the problems in the back end. So really, really important. You know, now each of us talked about duplication of taxes, of inspection or requirement. I think that, okay, well, if I talk about environment and water and all of that, you know, what is the one thing that if we harmonized it, we would have sorted out all the challenges that we have in the environment? I think it also comes with what is the one thing that we need to change now that will make a lot of difference. But for you, Mr. Anas, I want to ask, right? Telecoms, like we've said, is central to everything that we do. How can regulators become more agile, innovation-friendly, and evidence-driven, right? Yes, they have to protect the national interest, but how can they support business as an enabler instead of really being like a bottleneck that we need to deal with?
Okay, I think one of the greatest things regulators can do, they can do about 2 things. One of them is that they need to do regulatory impact analysis, regulatory and policy impact analysis, before they come up with policies and impacts. People just write documents, impose them on the country without knowing whether it is causing more damage to the country or taking jobs away or cutting down government revenue or reducing our ease of doing business. All of these things are byproducts of bad policies that come in sometimes. So policies need to be, and regulations need to be tested. They need to be assessed by professionals. What are their impacts? Just like if you want to construct a filling station, the Ministry of Environment will require you to do an environmental impact assessment. What is going to be the impact of that structure, that facility on the environment? Policies and regulations need to go through those processes, and I think that PEBEC has started that process, and I want them to continue in that light, because this is very important, just so that organizations understand the impact of what they're doing. The second thing is that every regulatory agency needs to have a rule-making process. You don't come in, put up a document, and then you send out, you publish and you gazette it, and then you ask people to comply without asking industry and stakeholders to go through these documents. The third thing, if you permit me, I think that, the way regulators The way our laws are, anyone, any professional can be appointed a regulator in a regulatory agency. You can be appointed, if you're an accountant, you could be appointed to be DG of any accounting agency. If you're an engineer, you could be appointed to a dozen agencies. People come in as lecturers from university or as people working in private companies or as private businessmen. One day, due to a political appointment, just a letter, they find themselves at the helm of affairs in a very critical government agency regulating industry. I think that there needs to be a regulatory masterclass. PEBEC needs to set up something like that. They need to be empowered to set up something like that, a regulatory masterclass, 2 to 4 weeks. For everybody who's been appointed, before you can regulate an agency, you should undergo that course, get to understand what regulations are about, and because people see regulations as basically a means of taxation. They are not. They are a means to prevent harm. The primary purpose of legislation is to prevent harm in society. It's not to raise revenue. Leave revenue generation to the revenue service, to the customs, to the revenue generating agencies. Regulations are meant to prevent harm on society. That is the primary purpose of regulation, not revenue driven. Thank you very much.
Great. I mean, that is really, that's really great. Yes, PEBEC has started the regulatory impact analysis, and then you talked about the regulatory masterclass, and I think that, industry groups like NECA, we're engaging with government, and part of what we try to do is this education. So that's one thing that we can put to PEBEC and see how we can work on it together. So really thank you for that. Now I would just like to take a few questions from the audience before I come to the last questions from the members of the panel. I can take 2 questions. The fastest hands, I see one hand already there. Who's the second one? The man from Nasarawa State. I will skip you this time. Any other person? Because I know you already and I've heard your voice severally. Any other question? Great, so we have only one question. Let's do it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the session. It's been an impressive one. I have a question for Ms. Ruth. My name is Engineer Fina Amuchi. My name is Engineer Fina Amuchi, and my question is, involving industries from the beginning for co-creation, using an agile approach, right, before the final product is rolled out, you have to involve them to co-create digitization, harmonization for cross-pollination of ideas. They are all essential. But one problem remains that most MDAs lack the skill set on how to digitize. So for someone who is interested in adding value, how would you advise them? What do you recommend that they do to add value in a classical structure, for instance, an organization that works with a top-bottom approach, for instance? How will you advise them to come in to add value? Because we all know that most organizations that are top-bottom, without the backing of top management, you cannot get anything done. So yes. I would like to hear from you.
Thank you. I'll let you answer that, Ruth.
Thank you very much for that question. And I think it's a really good question. Yes. Because over time, what we've seen sometimes is a capacity issue. It's not because they don't want to, there's just no capacity. And that's why we said, and that's what the point I made around involve industry early. Because capacity sits with industry. Yes, so for instance, this issue of the digitization, sometimes it could just be simple writing of minutes. It could just sometimes small things that will delay. But from the beginning, if industry is carried along, of course, with the mindset of trust, and then, there's no shame in these things. We are trying to build our country together. If there's a challenge on the other end, everybody needs to say what it is that is required to help this thing move forward, whatever that policy is, whatever that issue is. But when, for instance, government just tells you, you have to come back next week, or come back the other week, and nobody is really saying what the real issue is, then this is part of things that delay. Digitization needs investments in structures, back-end IT, and all that. And I know that quite a number of MDAs are doing quite a bit around upskilling their staff and all that. But for instance, if we're trying to create something together, you need support. I'm not sure industry will say we cannot help. They will want to help, so why not give industry the opportunity, put the right guardrails, because of course, industry cannot be doing the work of government and all that. It's not heard of. But ask for the help you need, and industry most likely will support in that regard. So for instance, now when Customs was going to implement the BODOGU system, and they started the whole process and all of that, they reached out to pilot companies to say, you know what, come and help us, test this thing, is it working? What are the issues? And that really helped ultimately, to get them to where they are. I'm not saying it's perfect, but at least it helped, because imagine if they had not done a test pilot, they do a national, and then it just becomes a disaster. Everybody's running helter-skelter at the ports, So government also needs to be bold enough to say, of course we know all the challenges with government, revenue, allocations to MDAs, where industry can help. Especially, industry is business. We're trying to run a business. We'll be happy to help. So I think it's more have a collaboration mindset and see how best it is that everybody can win. It's a winning matter. It's in Nigeria. I'm so passionate about Nigeria. It's a winning matter, because some other people don't have 10 heads in other countries that are getting it right. Why can't we get it right? So let's do it our way, the right way, and get it done. And I'm sure ultimately those challenges will be sorted out by government, but industry, of course, will support.
Thank you very much. I hope that answered the question, because I think it's very interesting and very important what you said, the working together to create systems that work, and the last question is, like you saw it already, I wanted to ask us, what is the commitment that we must make to government? Because today and yesterday we've been talking about trust, so many times it seems as though when industry is pushing back, industry is just thinking about themselves and about profit, so there is a problem of trust between industry and government and regulators. So I'm just going to ask us in 1 minute each, because of time. I'm watching that closely, and I'll start with Madam Madueke to ask you, what is the commitment, one commitment that industry can make to government to help us fix the trust challenge that we have?
Should it not be what commitment should government give to industry
to
enable them to have trust?
In one sentence, what commitment should government make to business, and what commitment should business make to government to build a more competitive, inclusive, and investment-friendly Nigeria?
So I would want to speak to what commitment government should make to industry, and that would be, one, improve capacity. Improve the capacity of those who are regulating, because that is a significant issue that we have. The other one is to improve the dispute resolution system. That is without that improvement, business would not come. People want to know that when they have a problem, they can take out their money. When they have a problem, they can find a resolution. I also want to just say one other thing. In corporate Nigeria, we are talking about sustainability. Sustainability speaks to environment, risk, and governance. The question I want to ask, isn't it time for Nigeria to have a chief risk officer? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. But you didn't tell me what commitment we make as industry to government.
For us as industry, we would always be available, because the bank of information that we have in OPS, government doesn't have it. The bank of knowledge that we have in OPS, government doesn't have it. The bank of exposure that we have, government doesn't have it. So we'll make our people available. I think that is the major commitment, that we will make ourselves available to government, for government to tap into the deep knowledge that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Galadima.
Okay. We as private sector would like government to commit to improving, reducing multiple regulations, multiple taxations, multiple legislation, and improve the ease of doing business. And when we talk about improving taxation, we mean both vertically between states and federal, and horizontally between the federal agencies and other federal agencies. In response, we can commit to more investment, creating more jobs, creating more opportunities, both direct and indirect employment, paying more taxes, because, see, these investors are greedy people. You don't need to beg them too much if you make the environment very conducive for them to make a profit. They come in those. And if you find yourself going to plead with investors to come in, it means you're not doing anything, you're not doing something right. You need to get it right, and investors will plead to come in. So this is our commitment, and that is the commitment we also request from government. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I would say from government, we would ask for transparency. Transparency has a way of making you accountable and, do things the right way. So we'll ask government to, be more transparent in their doings when it comes to the regulatory activities and what they're actually doing with some of these taxes that they collect from us and the reasons behind the taxes. More engagement with people, the businesses at smaller levels, sector levels, and vice versa. I believe that will promote the ease of doing business, which would also impact on our side from the industry where we are able to run successful businesses. We all came into business to make a profit, to earn a living, and as my co-panelist said, we will be available to work with governments in ensuring that the community and societies thrive. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, can I ask for a round of applause for my amazing panel? Thank you. And a couple of things that we've picked up here. Yes, I think government has already made a commitment to industry by setting up PEBEC to work on the ease of doing business. Government has shown good intentions, but intention alone doesn't do it. We need to see more of the action, more speed, and more intentional engagement to co-create the solutions. And we want to have more transparency. We're going to remove the complexities when it comes to regulatory compliance. We need to improve capacity, regulatory masterclass, like we've said, and we have to really improve the conflict resolution system. And we've outlined 4 things that we need to have digitized immediately, and this will go into our next engagement. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you as I give us back 2 minutes from our time.
Well, let's put our hands together for them, ladies and gentlemen. I think the sub-theme for this summit is affirmative action for women. It's been wonderful. Let's put our hands together for all the women in the room. They've been wonderful. Thank you. Let me quickly invite Mr. Jaisemi, DMO, DMD, CFAO, to present the plaques for honor for us, please.
Chairperson, on behalf of NECA Governing Council, presenting this to you. And thank you for all that you're doing for us. God bless you. Galadima. So on behalf of NECA Governing Council, we appreciate your contribution. You made very concise analysis of the topic. So thank you. We appreciate your contribution. So on behalf of NECA, so I'm giving this to you. Thank you very much. Mrs. Ajani. So we appreciate your coming around and your very good contribution. Thank you, ma'am. Madam, NECA appreciates your honoring our invitation and your presentation. Thank you very much for your contribution. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Did you please join us? Where's the chief host? Okay. Please join us here for the... All right, thank you very much. Two quick announcements. We'll be taking a break for a networking tea. That's what they called it. They called it a networking tea. So you make sure you are networking with somebody as you are sipping very hot tea. But we have 15 minutes to do that. Okay, so.
Thank you very much. To all our speakers and our panelists, thank you very much for spending the time with us. And for everyone in the hall, we celebrate and appreciate you. Thank you so much for taking the time to be with us. I'm going to request that we all please scan the QR code. Can I get the QR code back up, please? I'm going to request that we please scan the QR code for your feedback. We really appreciate it. And this is the time when we give you the official invite to please stretch your legs, refill your cups, please engage at the booths. The exhibition will still be going on, and we will be back at 1:30 p.m. prompt. 1:30 p.m. prompt, the next session will start, and lunch will be served at the end. Please, everyone, tea break is now. Please scan the QR code before you leave the room. Tea break is now. We'll be back in the hall for 1:30 p.m. Thank you very much.
Momo. And these are members of the panel. Dr. Titi Layo Fowokon, MNI, Principal Consultant, PTE Professional Services. Dr. Muiwa Adebayo, Executive Director, Executive Finance, AOS Orwell Limited. Dr. Ayodele Subar, Chairman, Lagos Inland Revenue Service. Mr. Innocent Ohagwa, President, Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria. Dr. Femi Tolu Oriyomi, MD, Top Professional Solutions Limited. And finally, Ms. Adedayo Adejokun, Group Head, FGN E-Transact International. Thank you. So we have our panel. Okay, Mr. Kilian Kanoba, Senior Partner, Tax Compliance and Advisory.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, distinguished guests. I will stand on well-established protocols, and I welcome you to the last plenary and the last session indeed for this wonderful summit. Indeed, I believe the best has been saved for the last. Tax. The Nigerian Tax Act. What have been the prospects? What are the opportunities? And what are the implementation challenges? Now, we all know that in the last half of 2025, there was so much talk about the Tax Act. Every CFO, every director of tax, every head of finance was wondering, how is this going to change the way we do business? How is this going to affect the bottom line? How is this going to affect administration of taxes? We all know taxes are already a complex thing to administer. What will this reform do in our companies? How will it affect the way we file returns? How will that affect our profit lines and everything that goes with how we run our businesses? And indeed, this tax reform has been a total overhaul. This is the first comprehensive tax reform in over 20 years. So you can imagine that it was done with a lot of consultation. There was a lot of back and forth, a lot of public opinion. Will it work? Does it make sense? What is this about? But now we've gone past all the permutations, all the debates, all the criticisms and the discussions. Now we are neck deep in implementation. And that's why we must have this very important discussion. And I'm really glad that we have very eminently qualified people on this panel to discuss a very important topic indeed. What are the prospects? I want to start from the gentleman on my left, Mr. Kanoba. And of course, I want all of you to answer in just one sentence. Can you please let me know one huge opportunity that this tax reform presents for Nigerian businesses and for the nation at large? Thank you, Mr. Kanoba.
Thank you, Choma, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be here with this distinguished audience today. Your question cannot be answered in just one sentence. Yes, but I will want to say that I sat through part of the last panel conversation, and there was one common thread that ran through a lot of the interventions that were made by the various panelists. And it also affects this question that you are asking me. And that has to really do with the digitalization gap, the technology gap. Because if you look at the way the Nigerian Tax Act and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act 2025 have been framed, there is a lot of expectation around online, real-time reporting. And you can see that also with the e-invoicing framework that has been rolled out by the NRS, and which is requiring businesses to begin to report their transactions on an online real-time basis. And what this portends is that whether you like it or not, it affects your ultimate tax position of the company. Your VAT is going to be heavily dependent on what is reported on that platform. The withholding tax credits you may claim will be affected by that platform. The expenses you can deduct in arriving at your taxable profit will also be affected by that platform. So on a global basis, there is still, I think a lot of businesses are still stuck in accounting systems and reporting systems that were fine for the old tax regime, but may not really pass under the new regime. And so there is a need to begin to realign systems, and if possible, reappraise and evaluate and change systems to make them work in tandem in terms of how do you report, what do you disclose, how much information is captured, in a manner that when there is a need to reconcile your position with the tax authority, there will be not too many back and forths. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Kanuba. I think really the crux of it is that we must be upgraded as companies to be able to meet up with the expectations of the current Tax Act. And we're going to talk more about that tech aspect, you know, in a few minutes. But I want to go to everyone. So maybe not one sentence, but in 1 minute, the greatest opportunity that this act portends for maybe your state, maybe the nation, maybe, you know, the organization. 1 minute, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chema. I think it's important to understand that Chema was being a bit modest when she said the tax reform that we had was probably the most strategic we have had in the past 20 years. I would think it's in the past 2 generations. That is, for the past 66 years, I'm not too sure if we had anything close to what we had now. Now, are there opportunities there? Absolutely. Because there are specific, significant incentives and reliefs for the most vulnerable at both the household level, that is at the individual level, which concerns me as a Lagos State Internal Revenue Officer, and of course at the enterprise level, the SMEs that we have, most of are represented here. And these are things that people can take advantage of, but you need to understand and know that those things are there, that you need to acquire the skill to be able to access it, because essentially because the reforms is geared towards formalization. If you are not formalized, you are not likely to be able to access those incentives. So it's important that what you require to do are not too technical, really. It's just a matter of just having a good understanding of what the provisions are and what have you. Can I stop here?
Yes, I think you can. Please stop, Mr. Akonde.
Because there are so many other things.
There are so many things.
Yeah, okay.
I think the crux of what he said is that we need to understand, take our times to actually study all the manuals. There's so much on the website. NRS has so much information. Try and understand these laws for what they are. What do they portend for my organization, whether it's small, medium, or large? What do I need to do? So thank you so much, Mr. Akonde. We're going to come to you, Dayo, because there's something that Mr. Kanuba said, which kind of points to you in terms of opportunity, one major opportunity that this act, you know, brings for the nation at large.
Thank you very much, Chioma, and thank you again to the DG NECA for this conversation and the team. Now, the opportunity in the Tax Act, Mr. Akonde, I just want to also just latch on what he had said. The Honorable Minister for Finance, I remember when he was the chairman of the committee that championed this, he would always say that the objective really is to not tax poverty, you know. So, and that is one thing that really sticks out. There's so many incentives for the low-income earners and the rest. Now, the other part of it is the opportunity that digitization presents. If Nigeria wants to journey from 28 million to 28 trillion to 40 trillion, it's not going to happen by magic. That's about 44%. If we want to achieve that, we need to really leverage digitization. And digitization presents opportunity for all the active players in the technology ecosystem to then join in. Government will set up an infrastructure, but then it is active players like us, eTransact, that will leverage that infrastructure to then create opportunity. E-invoicing today, there are quite a number, almost about 50 active, you know, fintech service providers and I believe public tax solution providers that are part of that. This was not a business that was available to them last year. Today, it's created that opportunity for them. So I believe that it's going to open up a lot of opportunities. There are things around it that are also even still coming up. And as it matures, I believe that all other players would also find their place in it and take advantage of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dayo. So the limitless opportunities in the tech sector are there. And I'm going to come to you for your 1-minute submission, Dr. Titilayo. You are wearing 2 hats. What is the biggest opportunity that this act brings for us?
Okay, thank you, Chioma. Thank you, DG, for this opportunity. I stand between the tax practitioner and the institute that regulates tax practice. One thing that stands out for those of us who are into tax consulting and practice is capacity building, because we need to get our members to understand the new law. This is the law. The last time we had any major change, we were during the military era long ago. We've had just pockets of changes. And we're talking about moving from over 20 laws to 4. So you now need to learn new sections. If you know section 20 of CETA, it may not necessarily be section 20 of NTA. So you now need to go back to the classroom, learn a lot. All our members need to be capacity building. Stands out for us as an institute and also as consultant. And the second thing is record keeping. Those 2 things is not something we can joke with. It's no more just come anyhow. It's now, as you lay your bed, you rely on it. If you come with good records, you get good responses. But if you're not good at keeping your records, this is a test of your being able to account for what you've done. Otherwise, you'll be paying for what you genuinely should not pay for. So these 2 things stands out for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Titilayo. So last but not the least, the greatest opportunity.
Thank you, distinguished chairman. I want to appreciate this privilege. For me, what we have here, it's actually about us being responsible to gain the opportunity. Because we have quite a myriad of opportunities that this tax reform brought to us, including now well-defined small companies, whereby if your turnover is not up to 100 million or your asset is not above 250 million, you'll be exempt. This was not the way it used to be. We have to fight to know who is small, who is not small. And we have other prospects, other advantages, other opportunities. However, I just need to put this there, that these opportunities came with stringent responsibilities. And we're saying that it's not about implementation of laws, but how do we administer it? How do we interpret? That's what matters. But let me stop here. I'm very sure this conversation will take to the next level.
Okay, Dr. Yomi, let's stay with you a bit, because you spoke about the opportunities, especially for the small and medium enterprises, and of course, all the stringent rules that need to be adhered to tap into those things. And you spoke about even giving a monetary ceiling. Oh, you're earning 100 million, all of that. First of all, when you look at the inflationary rate of inflation, do those figures, would they need to be adjusted with time? That's one. And second of all, what other support do these SMEs need from the government or regulators or people like you to be able to tap into these incentives fully? Because a lot of them are not even be aware that these incentives exist.
Thank you, Chema. Amazingly, when we talk about this opportunity, we have a chunk of us that we are not looking at. For example, talking about the small and medium enterprises. Do we really realize that this group, there are actually about 40 million of us, and they provide, according to Smedan and National Bureau of Statistics, they provide about 96.7% of the businesses and 86% of employment in the country. And they are contributing well over 46.7% of the GDP. So if we have this group, we are not talking about mere taxpayers. We are talking about drivers of national development. So if we put this in perspective, we are saying that our government bringing in reform at this time is a very good thing. But we need to go just beyond tax law implementation to administration, to aligning what is expected from taxpayers with what the government is asking them to do. Because at this point, it's as if there's confliction, there's misalignment. And we need to start talking about it, because some of these opportunities, prospects, we all well aware. But what should we be talking about? How do we translate the tax reform into economic development? And that should be the discussion that we should be having going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rim. That's a very good point. That should be the discussion going forward indeed. And I'm going to come back to you, Dr. Titilayo, because you have been able to advise through several tax regimes. And I think one of the hallmarks of this particular reform is that it's supposedly supposed to simplify things, help ease of doing business, reduce overtaxation, simplify something that has always been criticized as being very difficult and complicated. Would you say that these reforms have achieved that aim? Have they simplified our tax system? Or is it simply the same thing that has been given a different coat to wear? What are your views regarding that?
Okay, thank you again, Choma. I would say it has simplified the tax system. I'll take it from the point of view of, if before 2025, I want to advise a client on capital gains tax, on companies' income tax, on pioneer status, I will read 3 different laws and I will understand. And we also have cases whereby some of these laws, they have some overlaps. That has been removed. So what I only need is to have 4 laws that speaks to all this, and specifically NTA, Nigerian Tax Act, that speaks to petroleum profit tax, speaks to income tax, taxation of individuals and everything. So it makes it easier for me just to pick one law and read through and know the sections from 1 to 200. Let me just know what it is, unlike when I'll be reading so many. Now, the second part of it is that coming to the informal sector, There's a simplified way of filing returns now. You don't have to go through a complex way. There's presumptive tax regime. You can actually estimate what's your turnover. Just a percentage of it, you pay your tax. Now, if we go to the tech environment, I don't need to go to the tax office to do anything. I can sit in my room, a lot of people are filing return as we are sitting here. They are uploading, they are doing everything. So it has made life simpler for us. It's just that we need to now know it requires some investment of your time, investment of your skills, and investment of resources. Once we're able to cross that bridge, it's a matter of learning curve. We're just starting. By the time we move into we celebrated the first year of the tax laws on Thursday, 25th of June, and CITM actually went in 36 states to remind everybody that the tax law is 1 year old and we need to comply. It also makes compliance easier for you. Once you understand what to do, how to do it, when to do it, and you follow that process, then it's not difficult. You just need guidance and you need to know what to do, and then once you try to do it, you get the result out. So for me, it has simplified in most areas. We should not forget that tax itself is a complex concept. It is not a straightforward thing that you understand. It's a technical aspect of business. And so it takes you understanding the technicality for you to appreciate the simplicity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Titilayo. Please clap for her. 1 year of the Nigerian Tax Act, and I really do agree with you that it has simplified things to a large extent. The confusion that a lot of people used to wield when filing their taxes, there's a lot of straightforwardness. And one thing that has really facilitated this is the tech infrastructure. That is something that has made it easier to know what to do, to know how to do, and the fact that you don't have to do so many things yourself. You can, rely on technology. But the truth is that many people don't even understand what exists. We know about e-invoicing, we know about Rev 360. A lot of people don't know what these things are. They don't know how to use them. Especially when you talk about the informal, small business person. So I'd like you to talk about this a bit, Dayo. What are the benefits with the tech infrastructure, and how has this new tax act helped enable that infrastructure? And how can people, lean more into it and get all the advantages that exist therein?
Thank you very much. If we start from the advantages, definitely that would be something of interest to everyone. First, simplification, which Dr. Titilayo had emphasized on. The harmonized tax helps to simplify the understanding for all the players. And also, the digitization. So for digitization, if I take it in two sides, first for data collection. If we look at it today, previously in Nigeria, once you register a company, you didn't used to get your TIN. Now, once you get registered CAC, that's automated as well. You get your TIN on the instant. Intelligent taxation built on 3 key pillars. Identity. Once we're able to identify you as a business, first, you're formalizing yourself. We know you exist. Then data. Data is the second side of it, which is where technology plays a critical aspect. If you input rubbish, you will answer to rubbish. If you input inaccurate data, you will file, you will be subject to it, you will pay for it. And that is where technology comes in.
Can we have one house, please? Tax is very complicated, so you will do well to listen, to understand and gain the benefits of this very important panel. Thank you. Please, sorry for interrupting. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. So with the e-invoicing project of the NRS, which is which is mainly driven by the merchant buyer solution. Now, what that does for you as a business is you integrate your accounting system, whatever it is you use on your day-to-day business activity where your transactions are recorded, you'd already impute that. So it doesn't require for you to now still get the system to start imputing data. So data is already collected. The integrity of the data now sits with you as a business because you are filing what you are generating. So the question around, they've come to audit me, they fabricated 1 billion for me, it doesn't arise. So technology solves that. First, access to data. And that is what the e-invoicing project is about. Today, the implementation has been driven through the large taxpayers. They're on the medium taxpayers at the moment. And we must give it to the NRS. They've been actively engaging. It's the first time in Nigeria where at the beginning of a policy, you know, a change, a project as big as, you know, the transformation, digital transformation, they've been engagement at various sectors. We've been actively part of it. And with that, they had engaged the large taxpayers, helping to understand, refine the system to get better, engage the medium taxpayers as well. So now, the medium taxpayers are actively in their own process of implementation. It makes it easier. And the better side of it, the juicy part of it is this. Because of the flexibility of its implementation, which is using the private sector players to drive implementation, it leaves a lot of room for innovation. Because today now, as eTransact, we have designed various pathways for organizations to implement their e-invoicing project. So whether you have an ERP or you generate your invoices using Excel, there is a solution for you. There's something available for you. But if we had left that to government, to NRS to do, it becomes a whole lot. Imagine that this is eTransact that has done its own. There might be other players who are building other systems, so they would have created so many things to drive implementation and make it easier. So there's a lot of flexibility to consider as we look at it. The benefit is immense. There is also going to be tax lotteries. There are so many things that's still going to happen. Then there's now Rev 360, which on the other side is for your regular tax payment and all that. If you've seen the interface, you will be proud of what has been built. So I believe that you know, technology would help to advance, solve a lot of problems, save you from unnecessary audit because you have data accessible to you. Imagine having to wade through a large stack of files to prove something to an audit, to a tax man. All of that is taken away with digitization. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Please clap for her. That's an amazing point. And I want to bring something that Mr. Killian said and join into what you said, because there seems to be a gap. Yes, the laws now make express provisions for digitization, Rev 360, e-invoicing, but a lot of people still don't understand how to use these things. A lot of people are confused. They're left in the dark. And then some people cannot use Excel, even the most basic form of tech. What do you think NRS needs to do to make sure people are understanding these things? But not you, still with Dio. What do you think that they need to do to make sure that this message of digitization is passed across, and that even those who are at the lowest, you know, in the marketplace, in the market, open markets, know how to take advantage of this?
Thank you very much. And so first of all, there's been awareness, so education. And this administration, the management of the NRS in this administration has taken a lot to awareness, because every day you will see them online, offline. There's awareness. The harmonization of the tax law as well. At the state level implementation, it also helps to deliver this assignment. Because when the messaging is not only coming from the center, even the states are pushing this information out there, it helps a lot. But again, the private sector players are part of it. We have had to organize sessions to drive awareness as a business. That is as one entity, eTransact. I'm sure there are many others. I've seen our competitors who've also organized, you know, sessions to do that. We are closer to the people as service providers to the government. So you can trust me in your business to come to you, because I myself am I'm a taxpayer myself. I'm not government, so you don't feel uncomfortable working with me as a private sector player in that space. That flexibility, I believe, is one of the key ways that is helping to bridge that knowledge gap. I'm able to explain it easier. I understand your pain point. You're not seeing me as the police. Imagine you are explaining your problem to the police that is most likely to arrest you. It becomes a bit difficult for you to open up truly to such a person. But when you see a private sector player come to you, explain to you, help you understand it better, this is how we can do it, it becomes more collaborative. And that engagement is what has really helped the e-invoicing project to scale.
I love that.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And really, that's really a great point, that the OPS gets involved in also passing the message, not leaving everything for government to do. They're doing their part. We also need to hold our own loudspeakers and pass the message across how this tax act will work and improve our businesses. So there was something that was said in the last panel, Mr. Okonde. I don't know if you were listening. When people complained about issues, what was one thing that they needed to be fixed? And it was state taxation. There seems to be an issue between national and state. But when you look at the Tax Act itself, there seems to be some incentives for states like Lagos that generate a lot of revenue. For instance, the VAT dividend. On paper, in reality, on paper, these things are there. In reality, are there any dividends that are coming to Lagos State as a result of this new act? And the issues that were mentioned, is there any alignment really between the national, that's NRS, and the states in terms of this new act? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think to take it from the last question that you just have, then I'm good. In terms of alignment between the states and federal, that has been resolved with those 4 new acts, and there is no dispute on that. But what we have at the lower level is between the alignment between the local government and the states, and that's where the challenge is. Now, if you listen to the minister yesterday as well, there's what we call the harmonized bill, the template that has been circulated to all the states in the federation. Out of the 36 and 1 Abuja, all 15 as of now have passed it. That's about 40%. Now, the other states are in different stages of maybe enacting that law, because essentially what happens is that surprisingly in our constitution, some of those things that are being collected are in the constitution. So you can't just enact a bill at the National Assembly and get it done. So that's why you need the concurrence of all the states, at least 2/3 of them. That will be 25 of them about, to get, or 24, to just cross the line, and then you are okay. So in Lagos, what we have done is that we have not passed the law yet, because the legislative process in Lagos is a bit much more technical, in the sense that, but we have had what we call the first public hearing. So that public hearing brings together all the stakeholders, so that we carry everybody along, including NECA and all of them, were invited to the public hearing. And we are likely to have a second public hearing very soon. Once it is passed, it becomes law in Lagos. So it will address the issue of harmonization of taxes at both the federal, at all the 3 tiers of government, federal, states, and local government. And the idea behind is that you would not have more than 9 taxes to pay. So it will be structured around 9, and those 9 will be publicly made available. So there will be no dispute on what is missing and what is not to be done. So in a place like Lagos also, we have what we call, we have always been a bit ahead of the game here. The truth of the matter is that we have been ahead of the curve in terms of even IT. We started digital filing way back in 2018 or thereabouts. And we ran a model of having, we run the physical one and then the digital one. And it's helped us during the COVID issue that we had then. Unlike other states, people were able to file, people were able to pay, and we didn't have a dip in our collection in Lagos State, even during the COVID year, basically because of digitization. Now, by 2020, we switched over completely from an hybrid system, from manual and so strictly digital. So in Lagos, as I'm talking today, you can only file digitally. There's no other way. So, and if individuals, yeah, because that's what we do. So, and that's the key thing about it. So our digital process is a bit ahead of what we even have at the federal level. So sometimes, so I can now reel out to you some of the benefits, because whether you like it or not, today marks the half year of the implementation of this scheme. And I can tell you authoritatively from Lagos end, in terms of the number of people that filed, we've had almost a 3-fold increase in terms of filing. That's number one, 3-fold. Now, also, because it's important to clarify this tax regime is not about revenue generation. However, revenue generation is what I call a desirable byproduct of it. A desirable byproduct. And I can tell you for free in Lagos, as of January, what we had is that we had an increase in our revenue year on year. That's January 2026 against January 2025, a 6% increase. Now, under the SIFTAS program, that's the World Bank program for the subnationals, that's States Fiscal Transparency, Accountability, and Sustainability Project, anchored by PEBEC. You will only be eligible for the grant if you achieve 10%. And then you get, if you achieve the stretch goal of 20%, you get additional, like you get maybe $2 million for achieving 10% increase. But if you achieve 20 and above, you get $3 million. Now that project has ended. So ordinarily, if you compare our January figure, you would think, yes, we didn't do well because it was below the 10% mark. But surprisingly, in February and March, what we had was over 40% increase. In April, it dropped down to 20%. In May, it's about 30%. And in June, most likely, because I checked the figure this morning before here, we are likely to close with about 35% as well. Essentially, what I'm saying is this. If you check what the new law says we should do, over 50% of those people who paid last year are not paying this year. And we did, I have the numbers, because for 2014, we did numbers of about 1.5 million anonymized data. In 2025, the data that's coming is about 1.8 million data that we used in Lagos, which you can also extrapolate for Nigeria. Over 50% will not pay anything this year. Another 43% will pay lower than what they paid last year. But 1.8% will pay higher. And that's the numbers that you see for Lagos. I don't know of other states, but that is what we have experienced in Lagos. On the issue of VAT, maybe when we get there, I'll talk about that one later.
All right, thank you so much. So it means that, please clap for him. I think that means that the new tax act seems to be working. It seems to be a success story so far. It has simplified tax, it relies heavily on data, and more tax is coming in, but the right people are being taxed, which I think is fantastic. We're not taxing poverty. But I want to come back to Mr. Killian, because what this means as well is that compliance will be more of an issue under this act. You fail to comply, you're going to get into trouble. What advice do you have for CFOs, for even the man on the street doing his own taxes himself, so that they don't get into trouble? I remember, when this new tax regime was starting, there were all sorts of rumors. You must write this in narration, you must do this, you must do that. What are the practical advices that you have for people to make sure that they do not run foul of the rules of the NRS?
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, very good question. The simple answer to that is, first and foremost, as we all know, ignorance of the law is not an excuse. And unfortunately, tax is where that reality is much more apparent. You can't go to the taxman and ask for, even though there's a new provision in the new law that allows the tax authority to waive penalties for you if you demonstrate good faith and if you show that you are a first-time offender. So, which is very novel. It's never been in any of the laws before. Yeah, but that doesn't change the fact that ignorance is not an excuse. So the first thing every stakeholder in a business, whether you are an accountant, a shareholder, a management person, is to have some knowledge of what the obligations are, some knowledge of what is required in terms of compliance. And like Madam Titi said, this has been an aspect that professionals have really been very busy at, providing capacity building. And by now, really, there is really no excuse for any person who is involved in the financial or operational management of a business, or even an employee, for example, to feign ignorance of what is expected by the law. Yes, I personally still believe that there is still a lot of work to be done in terms of implementation enlightenment. Yeah, because there was a lot of enlightenment activity around the drafting of the bills themselves. But since the bills have been enacted into law, there is not much that has really been done in terms of how the laws will be implemented. There are quite a few nuances that have not been dealt with. And what I mean by enlightenment, not just by calling people to a hall, but having documented guidelines, documented policy, statements that says, in this situation, this is what we expect you to do. Right now, the taxpayer is left to his own devices, how he should be able to interpret the law. I think there is still some work around that, and there is no arguing the fact that as we speak, there are no detailed implementation guidelines that have been issued by the tax authorities. So that is still being awaited. But like I've said, we need, and like has also been quite emphasized here, we need to begin to embrace the use of technology in processing our business transactions. We need to up our game when it comes to the issue of keeping our data, keeping our documents to prove the transactions that we have done and the nature of those transactions. But most importantly for the business owner and for the business manager is to carry out a gap analysis on his business and see where the new laws affect that business, and see where the new laws affect even the individual. What are those things that have to change as a result of the new law? How much do those things affect your situation? And what do you need to do to align your practices and your processes with the new provisions in a manner that does not leave the business exposed? Because every additional naira that is paid that could have been avoided is money of the stakeholders that is lost, you know, and so basically it's about educating ourselves and understanding how we are affected and making internal policies, realigning our business strategies to be able to address the gaps that we have identified.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kanuba. Still with you, because you're an accountant, so you have the front row seat to implementing this act. And like we all know, when you have a policy, it's not about the policy itself, but how successful is the implementation? Is the feedback being taken? Is it being used to redesign and to make things better concerning that act? And I would like to talk about something that affects especially multinationals, some hidden audit risks. There have been lots of changes, cross-border transactions and the like. What are a few things that multinationals need to be aware of so they don't fall into trouble or fall foul, again, of regulations?
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think this is very important. And based on Mr. Akande's analysis with Lagos State, you will see that the policy objective really with the new tax laws really is to focus more on taxing the rich, taxing the affluent more, and taxing the poor less. And I mean, when you talk about businesses, who are the affluent, if not the multinationals? So there's a lot around how the new laws affect multinationals. A few novel things have been introduced. One key one has to do with the control foreign company rules, which has to do with a Nigerian company having a subsidiary abroad, that is totally managed and controlled from Nigeria. In the past, as long as that company was not incorporated in Nigeria, whatever happens there had no business with the Nigerian Tax Authority. But under the new law, the tax authority has capacity to go after such businesses and treat them as if they were Nigerian businesses, especially if they make profits and they do not distribute the profits as dividends to the Nigerian shareholders. The undistributed profit can be deemed as distributed and taxed as if they were part of the profit of the Nigerian company. Now, even if they were taxed where they are and the rates of tax is lower than the top-up tax that is required, the Nigerian company can be asked to account for, that is the Nigerian holding company can be asked to account for that. So that's very critical. There are also issues around transfer pricing, especially even for Nigerian companies that operate group structures. That's very much pronounced now. And the interesting thing is that from my experience, I have always seen that when the tax authority is asking questions around transfer pricing and forcing assessment around transfer pricing adjustments, the management and the board are always still acting surprised, even though these have been in our laws since 2013 or so. By acting surprised, it simply means that these are not seen as board level issues. They are not seen as management level issues. They are left as operational level issues. And these adjustments can impact very heavily on the profits, on the distributable profits of the company. And sometimes those funds are not even available anymore. The penalties too for not even complying are also very heavy. You still have companies who are not aware that they are supposed to file transfer pricing returns, whether or not they have transfer pricing transactions. So senior management and executives need to be very aware of this. There is also the issue of significant economic presence for foreign companies who are doing business with Nigerian customers electronically, and they can no longer feel insulated from the Nigerian tax environment anymore. Sometimes just the withholding tax that they will take from payments due to them is not sufficient. So you are now seeing the rules being made under the law for those companies who probably have just 1 or 2 transactions in Nigeria in a year to come and register for tax, get a TIN number, file tax returns, prepare an audited account statement for their involvement in the Nigerian environment. So that's a lot, and it's important that very senior people who manage businesses that are doing cross-border transactions in and out of Nigeria should be aware of.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kanoba. So the main thing he has said is that at the highest level, you cannot say you're ignorant of our tax laws. Multinationals, the big companies, you need to know what is happening in your tax department. The committee, the tax committee, needs to be reporting every single thing, because ignorance is not an excuse. You flout the laws, you will get to pay the penalty. You might be given one time off, but that's it. So we really need to make sure that we take our tax seriously at every level, whatever kind of company, even if you have only 1 transaction in Nigeria in a year, something needs to be done. You cannot it is not business as usual for our multinationals. I'm going to come back to you, Mr. Akonde, because one thing that you mentioned, and one thing that has been mentioned, that is the difference between the old regime and the present, multiple taxation. Local government, you mentioned it, state government, everybody was like, what is going on? You mentioned that now, you know, it's only 9 taxes you're going to pay, and it's very clear. So all those issues of multiple taxation have disappeared. Or will disappear with time. And let us... They will disappear. So, as a state revenue authority, I want to ask this question. Where does the legitimate statutory authority end and over-collection begin? What is LRS doing to make sure that it ends now, sooner than later, and people are not getting multiple taxation in Lagos State?
Thank you very much. We've always made efforts in Lagos to provide what I can call a kind of support to business owners if and when they have challenges with the various local governments that we have in Lagos. And then also we have a standing committee, the Joint State Revenue Committee, that has part of its membership the chairman of all the chairmen in Lagos, and where we drive all this is. But eventually, it's now going to be codified. Before, up till now, we were just persuading them to do the right thing. That is, please let businesses run, and then do not harass them and what have you. But they will always point to the fact that the Constitution says they have this right to do this and this. But once this law is passed, like I said, by 24 State House of Assembly, it's been passed, and then it will be the law all over the country, and then it will bring to the end this. Now, to implement the law itself, we need a lot of political will, and I believe that one is not lacking in Lagos, because when it comes to facilitating business, it is part of the pillars of what the government that we have always had in Lagos. It's been a kind of continuum, and their focus is to ensure that businesses in Lagos thrive. When they thrive, they'll be able to employ more people. When they employ more people, those ones will pay tax, and those taxes, we will use it to develop the state. And essentially, that has been the kind of virtuous cycle that we have in Lagos. So I can assure you that, well, we are taking advantage of what this law brings to the table, which is protect the vulnerable, make sure that everybody now complies, because unlike under the old regime, the cost of non-compliance now is much, much higher than the cost of compliance. So it's important to know that people should, unlike under the old regime, you may not do something and then the cost is immaterial. But under this new law now, without even going to the courts, there are administrative penalties for doing if you do the wrong thing. So please, business operators, those are costs that you don't have to incur. Those are costs you don't have to incur. And then also, importantly also, this new tax regime is a bit futuristic. That is, it caters for the future. And in protecting the vulnerable, somebody was asking whether in terms of inflation as regards for SMEs. But there's a provision in the law, because I'm a state IRS, so I'll focus on that. That even if today the minimum wage is increased to 3 million, it means anybody with 3 million and below will not pay tax. That's in the law. People should know that. That minimum wage and below will not pay tax, irrespective of what you have. Those are things that are there in the law that we should also take notice of. As regards even SMEs, most of your employees are not likely to pay tax once you keep your records, because the amount of money that you pay them will not cross that threshold anyway. But you just need to keep records that this is how much I paid Mr. A, this is how much I paid Mr. B. And then for the medium-sized companies as well, there are some benefits that people don't seem to talk about that are related to in terms of employment and salary incentives. That is, if you retain employees in your company for about 3 years or thereabout, you are eligible to an additional 50% of allowance on your wage bill. Those are things that people should take advantage of. And it doesn't need to, like Dr. Titi said, it's only one, I think it's all the four, there are about 450 pages now. Unlike before, all the 4 laws, there are about 450 pages. So what you need to read is less than even 200 pages, and you'll be good and fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Konde. I think the lesson is simple. We need to educate ourselves. The incentives are plenty, the benefits are there, but we need to know them to gain from them. So I'm going to come to Dr. Riyomi and Dr. Titilayo. You speak one after the other. Dr. Riyomi, I want you to play the part of a prophet. This is 2028. The success of the reforms are here. What are those two things that will make this reform succeed? And then Dr. Titi, the other way, what are those two things that will make the reform not go well? Please, both of you, in 1 or 2 minutes, please just, give us your take so we can take some questions from the audience.
Okay, I think he wants me to go before he goes. Okay. If we talk about what are the things that will make the reform not to be successful, I think it's the people, the understanding of the people. There's a lot of misconception about the reform, a lot of misconception about the laws that have come out. And as much as this misconception keeps going on, people start pushing back, they start becoming jittery, and they start seeing the negative aspect of the law or negative aspect of the reform. So that is something that we need to know, that we just have to understand it the way it is written. The second part of it is, as long as anybody who is ready to learn will understand the laws and be able to apply it, because it can be made simple. But if we close our mind, so the problem, people just close their mind and they push back at every point in time, that as far as I'm concerned, government wants to look for money, and that's why this tax reform is taking place. So in terms of saying the first and the second thing, is the people. Because if you don't have receptive people seeing the positives in the reform, then we're not going to be able to get, because who are those to implement? It's the people. So we need the trust in the whole reform process. The breach of trust is a major, major issue, because if I do my part, government may not do their part. But I believe that we've seen a lot of changes in this area. Most of the tax authorities have come out to express how they are ready to help. I can tell you that for the informal sector in Lagos, say for instance, the director go as basic as possible to speak to all the market women, to let them understand what is in it for them. So if the people say no, then there won't be any implementation success. Thank you.
If the people say no, there will be no success. Thank you so much, Dr. Titilayo.
Yes, thank you very much. For me, tax reform can only be successful if we align the law enacted with implementation, proper implementation. And this is all about relationship. We shouldn't look at tax reform as if that's all. Tax reform is all about aligning the economy with how to source. To this regard, what we need for tax reform is to create what we call effective tax system. And what does effective tax system entails? 4, according to OECD. The first one is to improve revenue. Second one is to reduce compliance burden. The third one is to encourage employment. And the last one is to support the economy. How are we doing this? In other clients, other countries that we are copying, that tax reform have worked or failed, there are some things they did, and there are some things they are doing now. For example, timing. Timing is very, very critical. I like the example of Lagos State. Lagos State said they've been doing this for so many years. They started some time ago. But why the rush when it comes to the federal? As we speak now, people are sleeping in NRS offices just to get it done. We started in January. Tax reform will have been fantastic for us. But as I'm talking to you now, some people are not here because they are still in the tax office to meet up with the deadline today. What does it take for our government to adjust or to extend a bit? the president mentioned that the seed will not be taxed, but the fruit. In a situation whereby there's no proper alignment between the laws that have been enacted and the implementation, I want to respectfully submit that the seed might likely be taxed. Because in a situation where you want organization to use 2026 law to tax 2025 against the combined effect of provision of section 3, 4, 20, 27, and so many other provisions, in a situation where our Minister of Finance is telling us something different and the executive chairman is saying something different, I feel we have so many information but there's no clarity. We need to align this. Let's look at the examples of UK. UK made the same mistake and they are paying for it today. It's not as if Ghana is better or Kenya is better. But ladies and gentlemen, the question before us is not should we pay our taxes. Responsible leaders that are here, represented here, they want to pay taxes. But let's reduce the burden. Let there be clarity. Because my submission is that this reform can work. Nigeria can be better. People are willing to pay their taxes, but let's help. Let there be help. Let there be alignment. Let there be collaboration. NECA is willing to align. Other organizations are willing to align. But let our government also help. By giving them listening here, we don't need to go to dispute. We don't need to conflict this. We can come to the round table. What will it cost for government to allow some things to go? So as to ensure, please, we need to understand this, that the small businesses today that survive, that will become the multinational tomorrow. So if we are so concerned about taxation to the extent or to the detriment of killing the businesses, we are not just doing we are not just doing the wrong thing, we are killing more than 40 million. We are depriving more than 90 something percent of the businesses and 87% of employment. The moment I came into this place, Chioma,
Yes, sir.
the moment I came into this place, they are listening to me now. They don't even know me. 2 persons that approached me that they don't have job. They are here now as I'm talking to you. And I told them that please, let's finish. These people are creating jobs. Help them to create more. It's not about killing the existing taxpayers. It's about expanding.
Thank you very much, Dr.
Thank you.
Remy. Thank you very much. And I think that's a good point to end this discussion. DG, sir. Oh, okay. You're very welcome, sir. DG, sir, I hope this panel will be sent to NRS so they can hear everything that has been discussed, the high points, the mid points, the low points. Everything needs to be given as feedback because that is what completes the policy design process. What feedback is being received about the Tax Act and how can we make it better? And because we have just a few minutes left, I want to give room for a few questions. I think we can take 2. Do we have 2 questions? And we can hand over the microphone. I think there's a lady in glasses. Can you please stand up? Here on the right, stand up, please. That's one. The second person, the gentleman in glasses, is the glasses people today. Stand up, please, sir. Stand up. So once she's done with her question, then you go to the gentleman, please. Who has the mic? Okay.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for this engaging session. My name is Engineer Fina Amuchi once again. The tax system in this country is quite multifaceted. And my question then is that the average SME in Nigeria struggles to thrive. So in the light of this, I want to know if there are specific incentives of policies that encourage the SMEs while they pay their tax. Secondly, I know that the cost of non-compliance is higher than the cost of compliance. And based on this, I can also add that the cost of non-transparency is higher than the cost of transparency. So is there like a portal where the businesses that pay their taxes can get to see the benefits of the incentives they pay and the tax reforms as applicable to their individual businesses?
Thank you so much for that question. Please go to the gentleman, so once we answer you, he can ask his question. Please, who would like to answer that question? Let me open it. Okay, sir. Let's go ahead. Let's listen to the second question quickly, and then we'll take the responses one after the other. 1 minute, please. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. First, I want to find out from NRS, what are they trying to do to enhance the Rep 360 we're talking about? If you look at it as we are here in this hall, they have spoken very well, as if the Rep 360 is perfectly working. Just like the last man that spoke, people are doing night vigil now to do their filing. Somebody like me, I'm just coming from tax office, we have been there this morning. The Rep 360 has not been working. It's not allowing people to file. Whereas we are here in this hall speaking very eloquently as if all is well. I think we need to get things right. What are they doing to enhance this Rep 360? As I'm speaking here, we have been there since morning. After a long time, we have to leave the place because even the staff there, they are helpless. But we are here, we are speaking theories. So I want to know what are we doing to enhance this system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your questions. The first question, please.
Okay, the first from the engineer. Let me be clear on this. As regards a portal where you can see what is expected of you, I represent Lagos IRS.
One house, please, so we can listen to his response.
If you are based in Lagos, then you don't have any issue with the digitized platform that we have because it's matured and it's evolving, and I can assure you that it's been upgraded from time to time. And whoever is here from Lagos can confirm to you. Everybody filed, they needed to file this year, and like I told you, because of some of the new provisions in the law. So in Lagos, what we recorded was threefold the number of people that usually filed before. And the numbers are there. So I don't know of other states, I can't talk for them, but I can talk for Lagos. We've been doing this since 2018. We had an hybrid system throughout the COVID period up to 2022. By 2022, we cut over to digital platform only. So if you go to Lagos now, you can only file digitally.
Thank you, Mr. Akonde.
I'm talking for Nigeria. I'm from Lagos, so let me tell you what is happening in Lagos. So what you need to do, so don't mistake LRS for NRS. That's number one. Then number two.
One house, please. Mr. Akonde, you can round up, please.
So I can round up. In terms of, I've told you, the system has started and it is working. And I've showed you, I have numbers to show you for Lagos that it is working for us. We have planned for ourselves about 20 public notices, but to avoid what we call information overload, we issued the 7 in the first quarter. We are going to issue another 7 in the third quarter. That's the way we operate in Lagos. So that's where we are. I can't talk for NRS.
Thank you, Mr. Akonde. Thank you so much. I think yes, Lagos is ahead. I think that has been mentioned, and it's important that other states' revenue services also, work. So a lot needs to be done. Can you just speak to the Rev 360 quickly?
Thank you very much. Okay, so first of all, I'm a private sector player, and we're not holding forth for NRS. If we want, yes, we're not holding forth for NRS. So the first thing is it's technology. If you deploy technology, you will give it time to also, Mr. Akode had mentioned the Lagos use case. Lagos, as an example, had a system for a while, and it's built and it's been stabilized for a while. Rev 360 was launched in, I think, May or April. So I believe that it's typical technology problem, and it's not peculiar to Nigeria, because we need to begin to look at these things globally. When technologies are introduced into the market, or even your AI today, it takes some bit of, iteration to get to a standard point, first of all. Now, we are active players in tax collections in Nigeria today, and we do have clients that are actually even on the system today as we speak. Tax Pro is available. Rev 360 is available for use for your tax payment. Now, today is the last day. There are how many businesses in Nigeria? Everybody is on that same system. Even your Yahoo, or what's the old, which one do we have now? Your ChatGPT or your Claude. If you have this a surge, there will be some, some caving in. So we need to also consider that. It's important to hold government accountable, but we must also speak truth to ourselves. If you leave it too late, you might have to bear some of these consequences.
Thank you so much, Dayo. Thank you. Just last words from Mr. Kanoba. Just 20 seconds, please, so we can wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to quickly answer the engineer's question, in case you didn't hear earlier, there are quite a few incentives for SMEs. If your turnover is less than 100 million per annum, no tax, no VAT. That alone is all that you can wish for. Provided also that you do not have net asset that exceeds 250 million naira. I think that's the best incentive that you can act. Hopefully, maybe the threshold could be increased slightly, but I think you have all the incentives. NRS is not here. We are not holding forth for them. But let's not give up hope. We still have a few hours to the end of the day. Lagos State experienced surge, and they reacted. They extended the time. I'm believing that NRS will also act in good faith in a similar manner, and at the end of the day, we'll all file our returns. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's remember that we have our voices. So as many of us are experiencing problems, begin to make the messages known, make your challenges known, complain. Hopefully they will extend. So the truth is that we've seen that the reform is here to stay. It is real. The opportunities are real and are very significant. The challenges are also very real. And the truth is that it will take collaboration between everybody, government, private sector, consultants, tax bodies, every kind of company, from multinationals to the medium and the small scale. We all have to come together to continue to work this process to ensure that it is a successful one at the end of the day. We do not want another failed policy on our hands. The only way we can do it is to do it together. So I want to thank NECA for this important session, for having this discussion. I want to thank our beautiful panelists, our handsome and beautiful panelists who have all spoken very well. Thank you for all your input and your insights. It's been a most insightful chat, and I'm your moderator once again. Thank you for having me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together one more time for this amazing panel. The chairman of the planning committee, Ms. Victoria Uwadoka, please step forward to present the plaques to them. While you are coming, let me formally welcome the former Deputy Governor of Edo State, currently the Director General and CEO of the National Institute for Sports, Right Honorable Comrade Philip Schreiber. I welcome you.
Sorry, just before Victoria will give the plaque, there was a comment that was made. One of the gentlemen said we were here speaking theory. I think I want to make a comment on that. We had a challenge of recent with the part of the implementation of the Tax Act, and we've made representation, and then the OPS did an advertorial in the papers. There were 4 advertorials, and many of us probably have seen the advertorial. But the issue is this. In the multiplicity of what you have shared on your status. In the multiplicity of what we have shared on our Facebook page, on our Instagram page, did you share that complaint? Did you tag someone? We did an editorial to the president so that the president can see the complaint and probably intervene. Did you share? Did you repost? If you don't see it, then the way the minister spoke yesterday, the Minister of Finance, when one of our colleagues said the rent is more than salary, and he asked that, so if you pay, that means you don't transport, you don't eat, that means you are doing something that we don't know about to meet up. And that's the same, if you don't, the critical issues, if I'm a job seeker, and these are the concluding remarks, if I'm a job seeker, and I'm still insisting I don't have access to information about jobs, maybe what I should ask myself is, where exactly am I fishing online? Where am I online? Am I within the ecosystem where jobs are being posted? If you say you don't see those economic information that is being shared, then where are you fishing online? Those are the critical issues. So we can just be emotional about these things, say, we'll make complaints and we won't move forward except we start addressing those issues that matters. That advertorial cost some people quite the huge amount of money. Research went to it. It was posted. And the expectation is that everybody that is concerned or that will be impacted, we broadcast that so that everybody, government can see the effect. But most of us didn't do it. Some of us don't even read it. And we just move past. And then we come and say, we are here talking theory. We spent 2 days, and commendably to people that have been here with us for 2 serious days. We all have businesses to do. Many people flew in from Lagos, from Kano, from Kaduna to this place. We're not here because it's a frivolous gathering, because issues are being discussed and we have to address those issues. So was some kind of exception to those comments of come here and start talking theory. This is not frivolous gathering. And it's very important that we understand exactly what we are doing. We invited the NRS here. For whatever reason, if you check the program, you see the NRS chairman as the keynote speaker for this session. He's not here. So we should not ventilate that anger on the people that have taken time to come here. NRS have a portal. They have a website where we can drop feedbacks. Let all of us mass to NRS website after now and drop our complaints. And that's why they will start understanding that, look, they are responsible to us. They are responsible to the complaints that we have. And the NRS doesn't operate within the context of a surveying in a surveying. And those are critical issues that we must face. So all of us must take the responsibilities for ourselves to make sure that all these things work. If not, we will still live here with that mindset of, look, what have I gained in the last 2 years? But I must tell you, quite a lot is being done and quite a lot is being achieved at the behind the scenes. If you don't know it, that a lot is being achieved, then the question I will ask all of us, then where exactly are you fishing online? And that is critical issues that I just need to drop with us.
Thank you, Mr. DG. Very well said. Okay, it starts from our very eloquent moderator. So, Madam Choma Muma, we are very delighted to present this to you as a token of our appreciation of the time and the care that has gone into preparing for this session.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Dr. Femi Tolu Ariyomi. Okay. All right, and this one goes to the Esquire, who spoke like an Esquire. On behalf of NECA, we'd like to thank you for taking time to be part of this panel. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Yes. Dr. Titilayo Faokon. Yes. This is on behalf of NECA. I would like to present this to you in appreciation of the time and the wisdom and professional advice that you shared with us today. Thank you very much for being part of the discussions. Okay. Thank you. And this. Kilian Kanoba. I hope I pronounced that properly. Did I pronounce it well? Kanoba. All right. Thank you very much, sir. Delighted to present this to you on behalf of NECA. Thank you for spending time with us and, making the sacrifice of coming to share your knowledge with us. Thank you, sir.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Yes. And this. Dr. Ayodele Subeir, you take on his behalf. Okay. All right, at least you're not asking us for two, like a representative. No. All right, so I would like to present this as a token of our appreciation for the time that you've spent and to him for sending you to share with us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, please. Okay, I'd like to present this to you on behalf of NECA to thank you and appreciate you for sharing that wealth of experience with us and the passion, the knowledge, the experience that you shared. I'm sure some of us will start earlier and stop any lastminute.com, right? Thank you. Can I ask Mr. DG and our chief host to please step up for a quick photo? Thank you. Thank you.
So as the panel come down, let's appreciate them with a very warm round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. Around 9 a.m. yesterday, when we kicked off, it looked like a very long journey. But gradually we are coming to the close of it. And all of you have been amazingly wonderful. The hall is still full in spite of 2 days. Put your hands together for yourselves. Thank you. We are very happy to have in our midst this afternoon a former governor of Edo State. Beyond his aluta continua and his intellectualism, one of the things that had drawn me to him is that he's a very good dancer. At the National Sports Festival that I held in Edo State, his dancing was amazing. But beyond that, he's one of the most intelligent Nigerians you can interact with. So he'll be stepping forward here to do a few words of goodwill before he leaves us. Welcome here, Right Honorable Comrade Philip Schreiber.
Good afternoon, all. The DG NECA and all the leadership of NECA and staff, I want to thank you for this opportunity and to thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for bringing all of us together to have a handshake between the public and private sector. I think that is what we need for our country now, and that will help us seriously. For us in NIS, we are consistently call for collaboration between government agencies and the private sector. It is critical for our economy, very, very critical for our economy. And I think I want to join also the NECA DG for the statement he made when one of us was talking about the Nigeria of yesterday. Please, our mindset is critical. If we don't change our mindset, no matter how we try, we'll just be in one place. It is time for us to actually change our mindset. It's very, very critical. I was sharing with the treasurer of NECA just now. I said, I was somewhere, I tried to scan my passport, and the first machine didn't work. And I called for help. The person came. It didn't also work, and he took me to the next machine. And the machine also didn't work until the third machine. And I'm back to Nigeria this morning. I'm asked that I cannot interact with somebody. I also faced the same machine. And I scanned my passport, and it worked. And I was like, it didn't work there. It worked here. It didn't work there. It's not because it's not working, but because technology, there's always one thing or the other that can happen at a time. So please, our mindset at this critical time of our economy is critical and it's important. For us in NIS, we are here. We are back after 52 years. We are back after 52 years. Please, we need the collaboration of everybody. If NIS work, Nigeria will work. You know why? Unemployment will be a thing of the past. Insecurity, if not completely eradicated, will be reduced to the barest minimum. You know why? Because sport is gold mine. Sport is the new oil. Whether you like it or not, sport is the new oil. And us, we've decided that we have to do what is right. After 52 years, we are now, if in 52 years, we are supposed to be in all the states in Nigeria. But it took the president and I now to start taking NIS after 52 years to the zonal level, 6 geopolitical zone. And by the grace of God, our 10 years program, by next year's last quarter, will be in all the states in Nigeria. You know why? Because if sport work, we don't need to engage in the social media and be waiting for June 30th to be able to be yabbing our friends. You understand? We don't need to be doing that because we also will be in the World Cup. You understand? We also will be in the World Cup. Yesterday now we are saying, you are back, June 30th, we are back. We don't need to do that because we will be there. They will be back. So it is time for us to change our mindset. Programs like this, DG, we need it. For us in NIS, we need you to come and partner with us. How do you partner with us? Coaches in Nigeria now, we are having a shortfall of coaches because NIS never worked for almost 4 decades. Now we have a gap of close to 2.5 million shortage of manpower coaches. We need to, your children goes to school and they have PE teachers, physical and health education teachers. I can tell you 95% of them are teaching the wrong lessons because they are not coaches. That you are a PE teacher does not make you a coach. There is one of our players in Super Eagles. He was taken from here abroad. And they have to hire another coach to teach him the basic of trapping and shooting. Why? Because he had a coach in Nigeria. That coach, we call them Coachila La. Somebody used to play football, he liked football, and you organize people on the street and start teaching people how to play football. I was one of the victims. You understand? What do my coach do? We just call all of us. Do warm up. We did 10 laps. After 10 laps, we do physical exercise, 11 aside. And he ends there. Why? Because that coach didn't have the basic knowledge of coaching. The act of trapping, the act of shooting, where to trap, whether in foot, side foot, lap, chest, even your chest. There are different parts of your chest that you use to trap. If you do it like this, the ball is moving forward. If you bring down, you are dropping it. Your stomach, all your body are part of areas where you can use to trap ball. You need this basic knowledge, and that is what NIS is giving. And now we are back. We are in 6 geopolitical zone now after 52 years. We are in Abuja, we are in Kaduna, we are in Enugu, we are in Abeokuta, we are in Lagos, we are in Yola, we are in Jos, we are in Benin. After 52 years, we are now back. And by the last quarter of next year, we'll be in all the states. And what are we giving? We are now coming to train those coaches. We are now having summer classes for those teachers that are teaching your children at work. We are now going to be partnering with the Ministry of Education to make sure that we now adopt what we see out there. Out there, when I was in Edo State in charge of sport, we introduced, we had a policy in Edo that I brought in. And what was that policy? It's happened abroad. 5% of the 30% of your continuous assessment, your children's continuous assessment is dedicated to sports. So that means when they are being enrolled in primary school, you as a parent have to choose the sport they will like. And that PE teacher that does not understand what coaching is going to teach them. So what we did was to organize refresher courses for our teachers. So 5% of your child's continual assessment is now dedicated to sport. Those days, our parents will not want us to do sport. Today, our parents are not paying for us to do sport. So teach your children now. Get your children involved. The president had asked that we adopt it nationally. So that means very soon, we will have the likes of Okocha back again. Very soon, your children will be back to, we will not need to be doing when Ghana draw with South Africa and Egypt lost, Nigeria will qualify. You don't need to do that again. So please, NIS is back. You can visit our stand and we teach coaches. We are in charge of all the administrators in the sport ecosystem. And also we have introduced paramedics, and we have also introduced, it was there before, but we have reignited and the curriculum has changed. We have also brought back what was lacking before, sports scouting. Our young men and women goes abroad for one thing or the other. Some of them, when they get to the border and cross, they get there, instead of playing football, they become mortuary attendants because the right people did not scout them and match them with a club that is befitting to their status. So we have introduced sports scouting as a course in NIS. And we have also reignited and reformed some of our curricula, especially the swimming and diving. We have introduced diving for sport and diving for the oil industry. We have introduced that course also. So beyond coaching for sport, we have also started looking elsewhere to use sport to assist other sectors to strive. So I bring to you NIS. NIS is National Institute for Sport. It was established in 1974. It took just last year for us to leave Lagos. We are in Abuja and the 6 geopolitical zone, like I told you. We are here. And by the grace of God, if sports work in Nigeria, you don't need to close your door when you are leaving home. You know why? Because the young men and women, that energy that they have will be converted for useful venture. The president have asked us to now use sport as an economic diversification, uniting our country, and also using it to drive skill for our young men and women. Please,
NIS is back. It's not going to be like it used to be. When I was in Edo, you saw, and some of you that follow sport, you saw what we did with sport in Edo under my leadership. That is what we want to transmit here. For 2 seasons, Bender Insurance did not lose one match. You remember, some of you, it was an history back-to-back. After 43 years, Bender Insurance won Challenge Cup. After 45 years, Bender Insurance went for Continental. Some of this reform that we did is what created all that platform. He was talking about Edo 2020. Check what we did. So we are back. It's not a Nigerian thing again. It is our thing. And if we allow it to be our own, I can tell you it will work. We don't need to be watching whether they are back or they are not back. Thank you, and God bless all of us.
He is a crowd pleaser any day. Let's put our hands together for him, ladies and gentlemen. Former Deputy Governor of Edo State, and now the Director General and CEO of the National Institute for Sports. Thank you very much. So we're gradually bringing it to a close, and it's such a nice thing that it's on a sporting note that we're wrapping up. Let me invite here the chairman of the planning committee for this conference. And she has been an amazing woman all in the last 2 days. Please, let's appreciate her. The work she has preparatory to this summit and what she's doing now is amazing. And so she'll come and tell us how was it put together.
Thank you very much, Mr. Young. Wow, amazing to have this hall so full this evening, and the energy with the conversations and the challenges and all that we've expressed, and the hope and the opportunities. And I would leave here without calling the members of the planning committee who actually did all the work. They did all the work. All I did was, enjoy the work that they've done. But before that, I'd like to share with us the outcomes of this summit. Because as is our practice, this was not just a talk shop. It was a summit that brought forward challenges and brought forward solutions to those challenges. And, the last 2 speakers, really talked about one thing that I would like us to think about very, very seriously. In this room today, I know that they're entrepreneurs. In this room today, I know that they are representatives of the entrepreneurs who have sent you here to participate in this panel. And I would like to tell us very, 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 very truly and very sincerely, as the Bible will say, verily, verily, I say unto you, that your reputation is your reality. The perception of you is your reality. And if we will not, as Nigerians, believe in Nigeria and believe in the changes and the transformations and the innovations that we're bringing forward, nobody else is going to believe it for us. But today I want to talk about the deliberations, the commitments and the resolutions that we've come up with through the various panels. And I'd like to tell you that these panels were not just constituted when we came here. There have been weeks of work preparing for these panels. And so everything that we've brought to you during these panels have been well researched and well thought through. And we wanted to get your input and your feedback, and I think that that's what we've gotten. As the DG of PEBEC said to us, transformation or reform starts from listening. And we have listened and we've taken notes. And here are the things that we have agreed to do. So we have convened here government, the private sector, development partners, organized labor, academia, and business leaders to assess Nigeria's ongoing reform journey and identify practical measures required to translate reforms into enterprise growth, into investment, into job creation, and inclusive national development. The summit brought together over 400 participants and provided a platform for constructive dialogue on economic reforms, industrial development, sustainability, regulatory reform, taxation, and the business environment. Now, the deliberations recognize the progress achieved through major reforms while emphasizing that the success of reforms will ultimately be measured not by their policies, not by the enactment of those reforms, but by the enforcement, the participation, the execution, and the transformation that has been driven by these reforms. So will be measured by their impact, and not their impact on paper, but their impact on businesses, on households, on the competitiveness of our businesses, which ultimately grow the nations. So we agreed on a couple of things, which I'm going to talk about right now. Now, we reinforced, of course, the role of Nigeria Employers Consultative Association, NECA, as a platform for shaping economic conversations based on facts, on strengthening employer confidence, and on advancing private sector participation in national development. Because our businesses do not grow outside of Nigeria. Our businesses are a core part of Nigeria. So our key commitments include the following. We will expand the employer engagement through NECA's sectoral structures, including its already growing 35 sectoral subgroups. We will strengthen private sector participation in policy conversations that influence investment, productivity, and competitiveness. We will continue to position this Employers Summit as a platform for wider African and international relevance. The DG has told us that next year we'll move to Africa, and eventually we're going to go international with these conversations, because we're going to drive investment from all over the world. Right now, there are no more borders, there are no boundaries. Anybody can invest anywhere. So we're going to continue to grow this platform to increase its influence across Africa. We're going to support dialogue across African economies and global employer networks. We're going to continue to promote constructive engagement between government and business to build confidence and unlock investment. The private sector reaffirmed here today, all the last two panels and all the other panels, its commitment to playing a deeper role in shaping development outcomes through collaboration, innovation, and enterprise-led growth. Now, the deliberations were wide, and I'm not going to go into them step by step. If you have the program, you can go into that. And if you are interested, we can share this document with you later. We all agreed today and through the 2 days that the reforms were necessary. The reforms, the fuel subsidy removal, the foreign exchange liberalization, the fiscal reforms, and the tax reforms were necessary interventions to address long-standing structural challenges. And I know that we're all conscious of that. These reforms have created opportunities, including improved market transparency, stronger investor confidence, and increased private sector participation. Yes, of course, we agreed and emphasized that macroeconomic stabilization alone is insufficient. Stabilization measures must translate into improved livelihoods, business growth, employment opportunities, and stronger household welfare. So what are the commitments and the resolutions that we made? Government and the stakeholders committed to the following: improve communication and public understanding of reforms to strengthen accountability and trust. We all agreed that government needs to do more in creating awareness around what government is doing and the successes of those interventions. Government needs to increase and improve communication to reach further into the grassroots. The second thing is that they will maintain balanced economic commentary that recognizes progress while acknowledging the challenges. They will ensure that reforms move beyond macroeconomic indicators to deliver tangible benefits for citizens and for enterprises. They will continue to support business through transition periods caused by reform adjustments. Now, there were a number of asks from the private sector, and these are the things that we have asked for. We've asked for greater policy predictability and consistency. We are asking as industry for reduced cost pressures arising from inflation, from energy challenges, from logistics constraints, and from financing costs. We're asking for government leadership by example through disciplined public spending and effective implementation of reforms. Now, when it comes to infrastructure, energy, and investment enablement, these are the things that we spoke about. We agreed that large-scale investment in the power sector is required to improve energy security. We agreed that public-private partnerships should be strengthened to finance critical infrastructure because government cannot do it alone and industry cannot do it alone. We agreed that infrastructure projects must have improved capital budget execution and implementation monitoring. And government was asked to please continue reforms that make infrastructure investment attractive to private capital, including improved coordination and regulatory certainty. We spoke about healthcare reforms and the human capital development. I mean, these came to us from NNIA, who talked to us about the investments that they've made in that area. And as we agreed already, we need to improve information and awareness about this so that people can take advantage of the reforms with the NHIA to reduce the high out-of-pocket healthcare expenditure and prevent what he referred to as health poverty. Hello, people. I know that food is going around, but please, a few more minutes and we'll finish. Thank you. All right. And what are the commitments that stakeholders supported? We said there must be increased awareness of the available health insurance programs and increased investment in healthcare and human capital development. We also had the launch or the conversation around the industrial policy to drive trade and enterprise competitiveness. What are the commitments here? Government and industry committed to the following. We will accelerate implementation of the Nigerian industrial policy. We will promote local value addition, innovation, technology adoption, and skills development. We will strengthen manufacturing competitiveness and export capacity. We will support MSMEs through targeted financing and interventions, and will improve trade facilitation through stronger systems, including the National Single Window Platform improvement. All right. And we identified some opportunities, within the conversations. For instance, the CNG value chain presents opportunities for investment and for growth. Industrial skills development is an area that provides an opportunity for investment, and this includes technical and digital capabilities. And of course, there is opportunity to access African and global markets through leveraging ESG and adopting the standards, localizing the standards, and ensuring that we use them to drive competitiveness. So some of the things that we talked about during the ESG session was that companies should learn to treat ESG reporting as a strategic management tool and to actually use the ESG framework as a risk register. Okay, when it comes to ease of doing business, government and regulators committed to the following: that will strengthen regulatory quality and reduce unnecessary barriers. We will improve collaboration with businesses through structured engagements, and that the government will help us continue to support subnational governments in adopting business-friendly reforms while we establish stronger mechanisms for regulatory impact assessment, regulatory capacity building, and dispute resolution. And the summit emphasized that effective reform begins with listening to businesses and responding to practical challenges affecting enterprise operations. Now, our last session was on the tax reform implementation. And here are the key deliberations and the key outcomes. Participants agreed that successful reform is dependent on public trust and understanding, and that there has to be an alignment between laws, regulations, and implementation, and there has to be clear communication and collaboration between government and industry. So what have we called for in conclusion, right? We agreed, the summit resolved, that the following priorities should guide future engagement. Number one, say number one with me. Policy implementation and accountability We must establish stronger monitoring mechanisms and ensure reforms translate into measurable outcomes. Say number 2 with me. Enterprise growth and competitiveness. We will create conditions for businesses to expand, invest, and generate employment. Say number 3 now. Public-private partnership. We will institutionalize collaboration between government and employers. Say number 4 now. Infrastructure delivery. We will prioritize power, we'll prioritize transport, we'll prioritize productive infrastructure investment. Now say number 5. Human capital development. We'll expand investment in healthcare, in education, and in skills development. And finally, say number 6. We will support ESG adoption as a driver of competitiveness and resilience. And finally, I want to say that this 5th Nigeria Employers Summit has reaffirmed that our economic transformation requires partnership, consistency, and implementation discipline. Government commitment, private sector confidence, and effective collaboration remain central to converting these reforms into sustainable enterprise growth, investment expansion, employment creation, and inclusive national development. And on that note, I would like to thank the following partners who made this summit possible. Chi Limited, makers of Chivita and Hollandia, are you here? UAC Foods Limited, thank you. IHS Towers Nigeria Limited, Tropical General Investment TGI Group, Federal Reporting Council of Nigeria, British American Tobacco, International Distillers Limited, Tulip Cocoa Processing Limited, Dangote Cement PLC, Renaissance Africa Energy Company Limited, Promasidor Nigeria Limited, Julius Berger Nigeria PLC, E-Transact International PLC, Nestle Nigeria PLC, of course I had to mention that one, Nigeria Bottling Company Limited, Total Energy EP and Nigeria Limited, Lagos State Internal Revenue Service, Olam Agri Nigeria Limited, Shell Nigeria Exploration and Production Company Limited, SNEPCO, Friesland Campina Wamco Nigeria Limited, International Breweries, 7-Up Bottling Company, Japan Tobacco International, Honda Manufacturing Nigeria Limited, Vitafoam Nigeria PLC, Right Foods Limited, Fidzon Healthcare PLC, Arawa Metal Containers Limited, Unilever Nigeria PLC, Zenith Pensions Custodian Limited, Guinness Nigeria PLC, and News Central, who is our media partner. I want to say thank you so very much for making this summit a success. And I would like to just invite all the members of the planning committee, please come stand with me before we leave the stage. Please come. Planning committee. The final. Yes. Okay, all right.
Please don't go. We have a few minutes. Let me quickly invite the DG to step forward and appreciate some of our sponsors and allies, and then we'll wrap up. Let's not leave the room yet.
Thank you. I think we'll be out of here in the next 5 minutes. I'm not sure it's time for lunch, so I'm just wondering where everybody is going. But quickly, it's just to, first of all, to thank God that it didn't rain in the last 2 days. I think we prayed that it shouldn't rain, notwithstanding what is happening everywhere. And God answered our prayer, so we thank God. I also want to thank the NECA Management Committee, the NECA Governing Council, those that are here and those not here. Thank you very much. the invited guests, our exhibitors, as Victoria has mentioned. I want to thank our partner manufacturers Association of Nigeria. DG Man has been here with us since yesterday. Thank you very much. We are not taking your partnership for granted. Developmental partners, the planning committee, as Victoria has appreciated them. The NECA Secretariat, my colleagues, those that are here, please, let's give NECA Secretariat a round of applause, please. Colleagues that are here, some are in Lagos, they couldn't join us, some are in Enugu, some are in Port Harcourt, and in Ibadan. Thank you very much for the yeoman's job. And I also want to thank the participants, all of you, for joining us for the last 2 days. We appreciate your joining us. Please, let's give yourself a round of applause, please. Without some individuals and organizations, we probably won't be here for 2 days. And I must confess to you, using Abuja Continental for 2 days is not cheap. It's not cheap at all. And some organizations actually made it happen. So I want to appreciate those organizations for their support in the last 2 days and for making this happen. Some have been with us from the first edition in Transcorp, and they've still stayed with us up to this moment. So you can see their logo beamed on the screen. We want to really appreciate you. For those that are here currently, once I call your name, if you have representatives here, please just kindly come to the front so that we can recognize you. And after I've called their name, I will request His Excellency will join us to help us to present the plaques to them. UAC Foods, makers of Swan Water and Gala. If you have taken Swan Water this in the last 2 days, please give UAC a round of applause, please. Okay, UAC, makers of Swan Water and Gala, Chivita and Olandia. Please, let's give UAC a round of applause, please. Promasido Nigeria Limited. Promasido Nigeria Limited. Please, we can get their representative outside. Julius Berger PLC, IHS Nigeria, Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria, Ola Magric, eTransact International, Tropical General Investment at TGI Group, Lagos State Internal Revenue, LRS, Nestle Nigeria PLC, Nigeria Bottling Company, Shell Nigeria Exploratory and Production Company Limited. Please, if you are here, kindly come up to, you can just move to the stage. And we have many other sponsors, but because they are not here in the hall, so we have just shortlisted those that we have currently in the hall. I'll call the name once again. UAC, makers of Swan Water and Gala, Chivita and Landia, thank you very much. Our regards to the MD, Promasido Nigeria Limited, Julius Berger PLC, IHS Nigeria, Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria, Ola Magric, eTransact International, Tropical General Investment, TGI, Lagos State Internal Revenue, Nestle Nigeria PLC, Nigeria Bottling Company, and Shell. May I respectfully call on His Excellency to help us with the presentation of the plaques. UAC Food first. Please, let's give you a round of applause, please. Now, Chivita Olandia also, the same organization. Thank you very much, UAC. Julius Berger, the next. Thank you very much. Julius Berger, the builders of Abuja. TGI TGI, thank you very much. Our regards to Mr. Raul Safora. Thank you very much for your support. Go on. Okay. LRS, Lagos State Internal Revenue Service. As NRS is frowning at us, LRS is smiling with us. Please, let's give LRS a round of applause, please. eTransact, thank you very much for your support. We really appreciate. Fitson Health, the next online. And of course, Nestle Nigeria Limited. May I call on the president, please? And Pivot Group, the company of the treasurer of NECA, also sponsored. Sorry, it is not finish that I didn't mention it. Your Excellency, the last one, yeah. The last presentation to the honorable treasurer of NECA, and the company also sponsored. For optics, yeah. Please, can we give the sponsors a round of applause, please? Our next major program, and I'm hoping, and I'm trusting, and we are praying that these sponsors, they will also be present for us in November when we are having the 5th edition of the Employers Annual Excellence Award to be happening at Eco Hotel and Suites in November in Lagos. And we are trusting, without putting you on the spot, we are hoping that the sponsors will also be there with us to sponsor the award in November. Thank you very much. Just before we go for lunch and the national anthem, may I call the planning committee, both internal and external planning committee, please kindly come up. Please, can we give a round of applause, please? The planning committee, please, let's come up. Vivian, please, let's join quickly. Please, let's give a round of applause, please. So thank you very much. The pictures. Is everybody? You know that colleague outside.
Please, shall we all rise now? The few of us that are still remaining in the room, who are faithful and patriotic, we love you. Let's rise now for the national anthem, please. I don't care if we are just two. Let's take it. National anthem, please. Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigeria's hope and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. For remaining to the end, double ration of lunch for you. Enjoy yourselves.